and heard about it because we ran Spanish goats. We just had brush goats to help keep the brush down. And he come home, and I played phone tag with Frank Craddock, and then I finally got to talk to Frank, and he sent me to Norman and Don Smith, and he told me Norman, Don Smith, and Ewan Downing was the 3 names he threw out at me, and him, those 3, and then MD Shirley kind of took me under wing, because I didn't know a lot about goats. We just had brush goats, you know, and nobody really knew a lot about goats at the time. So it's just kind of, even the vet that I used didn't know, and he said, Joetta, A&M didn't teach anything about goats when I was in school. And we would sit, we had the same book, and then Don Smith gave me a name of a lady that lived in Wisconsin, and she was a dairy goat lady. Oh, she was a wealth of information and helped us work through things and learn. And Frank helped me out a lot too on some things. So it was they kind of took me under wing and helped me out, helped me get started.
But in the best of organizations, you always have those foundation people that share knowledge, because that's the way you do it in agriculture.
Yes, I mean, it's been like in the very beginning, everybody shared and helped, and it was wonderful, because I mean, it was just a great group of people. They really were. It was great.
Now, is this Norm the Norm that's the #1 goat association member? We got to meet them on a panel yesterday.
He's awesome. They really are. Him and Preston and Frank, they were college buddies.
All three, so yes, that is a no-nonsense bunch there.
I don't know. There's something else. And see, Frank at the time worked for the Texas A&M Extension Service there in San Angelo in the sheep and goat extension part. And so Frank knew, a lot about sheep and goats. And so, and Norman was an extension agent. And he I can't remember now where he was, but anyway, El Dorado area. And of course, that's where they live now, outside of El Dorado. So it was pretty neat. It's neat. It's kind of exciting too, because it was nice to find somebody that would help you and teach you, and they mentor me. Is what they did. So it was great.
And these are the guys that are in there from the get-go. I know MD, we've spoken with him once or twice.
Yes.
And he's a guy that really knows the South African side of it.
Yes, he does.
Yes. And so that's, when you make a jump from South Africa and then you go to New Zealand and then, or Australia or wherever you happen to be, and then you bring them here, there's a couple steps in between, but he goes to the source.
Yes. Yes, they did.
Yeah.
And Norman went over too. I know Norman went over to South Africa also at one point. So
it's kind of the Wild West in the beginning, wasn't it?
It was crazy. It was, we don't have the money. I mean, we're scraped together, and where we come up with the money to get into this, I don't know. But everything that I did, people were crazy. Like I AI'd some of our Spanish goats. Ewing Downing helped me. He did my AI work for me. And, I bought semen, and Ewing AI'd them, and then I turned around and sold 5 of those Spanish goats AI'd to a Boer buck for $2,000 a pop. That paid for all of my semen, all of the work. I still had goats left over to kit out, and it was people were crazy, and we bought that one recept from Norman, and I sold the buck kid sight unseen for $5,000 more than what I paid Norman, and he was 3 months old. I mean, people were they were crazy then. It was
but why? This is what I want to know. Because this is a meat goat, right? And
yes.
People, so I can see if people are saying, look, we want more meat, and we think this is a great animal to do that particular thing, but it seems like everybody has sort of gone to the show circuit, and it's a whole different thing. In the very beginning, when people were starting, did they think, okay, we're going to get more production, we're going to get commercial production?
Well, that's why we got into it, was we ran our Spanish goats. I had a buyer from California. He came in here twice a year, because I had kid crops twice a year with my Spanish goats. I had some that kidded in October, and then I had some that kidded in March, April. And he would come and buy my kids from me, and it was great. I didn't, we just ran them out in the pasture and got them up and pulled them off, and he was here and off they went. You know,
those idiot Californians, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
They
San
came,
Diego.
so,
me.
no, it wasn't near. No, it wasn't like that. But that's what we did, and then that was our thinking was we'd have more meat, you know, on the kids quicker, and they'd be bigger, and that's why we got into it, is from the meat side of it, and we rocked along there a couple of years, and we hit. I thought, well, let's hit a few shows. They started doing the shows. And, well, 95 was the first national show. I had one goat. I had more, but I took one goat to nationals. Did not know what I was doing. I had a sense that, you know, we're going to bathe and we will have to clip it somehow or another. I had my dog clippers and one goat and a blow dryer, and a handheld blow dryer. I mean one of your regular hair dryer, and I went to nationals and didn't even know what I was doing, and I watched people and I asked people questions, and you know, people ask me now and they say, well, this might be a dumb question. I said, oh no, there's no dumb questions, because I probably already asked it, you know, so at one time or another. And I placed that one goat. I was excited, you know, man, I placed a goat.
So at this first show you went to, you with your little hand hair dryer that you placed in, I think of what it is now, and
oh, it's totally different.
Did you go to this last? You did.
Oh, yeah,
we met there.
That's where I met y'all. Yes.
So just the fitting part alone was enough to give me cancer going down the aisle with all the powder.
Totally different. Totally different. I mean, we came in. I would say the fitting part has changed in the last 7-8 years. I mean, because before you wash them, you bathe them, you clip the wild hair off of them, you clip their tail and around their feet and maybe their belly, and you might take their neck down a little bit, but that was it. And you didn't have all that hair to grow out to try to sculpt them. I mean,
that's a good word for it, sculpt.
They're sculpting. You saw exactly what that goat was. I mean, that's the way it was back then in the beginning. I mean, it was just, wasn't all of that stuff at all. And it was just, you cleaned them up and you went with it. So.
Well, I kind of look at this and say, wow, this is something that's only hit in the last couple of years. But that's not quite true, because if you read up on the National Western Stock Show in Denver, they had a mad adventure with a gentleman that I think he won one of the top places in the whole shebang, and it involved black shoe polish to make the animal look like an Angus. So this has been going
on the cattle side for years.
That was
and
probably
years
the
and
50s
years.
or something
yes,
like that.
Yes, that's been going on for a long time.
Yeah.
And see, in the beginning, you couldn't dye the goat's hair per se. You know, they had to be natural, and then they started allowing the baby powder thing to happen. You know, and what the baby powder is, just makes them whiter. It's all it does. It doesn't do all, you know, it just makes them whiter. And if you take their necks down too short, or you can put some baby powder on it and it fills in where it's, you know, the hair, it doesn't fill in the hair, but it fills in where you don't see the skin on the goat, you know, is what it helps do.
Okay,
And,
well, you've been in this show circuit for a long time, since the beginning, when it wasn't like that. You've
Yes.
seen it like it is.
Yes.
And you have ribbons all over the place, I understand. I haven't seen them yet, but
yeah.
Yeah, and it's not just you, your families.
No. Right, it's the grandkids. And well, my kids showed in the beginning too, and then of course they were teenagers when we got into this anyway. And my son spent all night when we were in the middle of kidding in 96 and 97. He'd spend the night in the barns and to help kid out if we, you know, needed them, and then he'd get up and go to school the next morning, you know. So, you know, it was a family thing.
So what do you think about this direction? Do you like it? Do you think it's kind of reality? Do you think, no, that's way overboard? What is your, and you don't have to answer that if you don't want to.
I like it to a point, but I think it's overboard. Does that make sense?
Like so almost everything in society now.
It's just
we have no meat.
I like to see the goat. I want to see the natural muscle on these animals. I don't want to see a lot of hair. And I'm a judge, and so I know what you can do with hair. So I'm a hands-on judge. I'm going to feel that animal. I'm going to see, is that hair all there, or if that goat really has muscle. I'm going to go up and I'm going to feel everything on that animal, and because I know what you can do with all that hair.
And some do and some don't, but anybody
Exactly.
that's
And
seen
the ones
Westminster,
that don't, they're just going to look and boy, you get those good. And the bathing and the blow drying, I like that part, because man, you can make that hair look pretty when you're doing all that, and then you can clip them down and make them look pretty too. But you don't have to do all that sculpting, I guess is what I'm saying, if that animal is really what it's supposed to be.
Yeah, and in many ways, I keep thinking of the Westminster Dog Show. Some of those judges get really up close and personal with those animals.
Yes.
And it's because part of the purpose is supposed to be integrity. I mean, to be honest, are the testicles intact and are they in the right place? Is the udder in the right place?
Right.
Are the teats placed properly? Are the feet setting properly? Is the animal built in the structural? Does it back up what the hair is looking like? You know. You really need to do that, don't you, to find out if this animal's sound? Because let's face it, all the breeding decisions are done based on who makes the #1 spot, right? Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So you are directing the breed. You are controlling the breeding direction for the next 20 years.
Exactly. Exactly.
It's a really tough decision, though.
I mean, I like it to a point, but not overboard. Okay.
Okay. So what are these guys?
This is my December girls. This is the does that except for that one, I bought that one. The rest of these I raised, and this is the December group.
Okay, and you have one that is solid black except for the legs here.
Yes, yes. Her sire is a black buck, and then but she has some dapple genetics in her background too. And,
do you like the dapples as well?
Yes, I like the color part, but I want structure, I want to make sure you get the structure. That's something that I try to tell people. I was at a show one time and the gentleman come up and said, I hear you're a judge. And I thought, oh no, here we go. and he said, well, tell me, what do I need to be looking for? And I said, don't look at the color of an animal. You look at the structure first. You've got to get the structure down. And then, so I don't know whose goats they were, but I picked out some negative ones, what they were fine boned and they were, didn't track good, various things. And I said, you've got to get the structure first. Then you can add that color.
Now you've got the experience to back that up as a judge. Do you think that judges need to have a little bit of experience in actually raising that animal in order to know, or do you think it's something you can learn?
I think it's something you can learn, but I think you need experience too. To me it helps if you're interested in it, then you can learn it. Anybody can learn, but the more you're involved in them, I get excited on the breeding part because I look at my animal and go, okay, what do I need to fix? Because you're not going to make them perfect, unfortunately. And what I need to do, and so a lot of people studies pedigrees all the time. Well, I kind of do it the opposite. I look at what I need to fix on that animal and then pick that buck, like on my does, I'll pick a buck that would fix it or hopefully fix it and breed them.
Yep.
Try to fix.
Like adding a little sugar to your cake. So now that I don't know if he's going to be able to pick it up here, let's see, but could you pick one or two of these out and say, okay, I like this characteristic that I'm pointing at, point at it right here and point out the things you want to fix and the things that you like.
Oh my. Well, this one standing in the front, I do not like her front end. She's narrow in the chest floor. So you can see the black doe, she's wider in that front end than this little doe right here.
She's wider, and so the legs are a little further apart,
yes,
right? And then also there's a little more beef to that front end, pardon the phrase.
Well, you don't want a whole lot through here. You want them clean fronted, but you want them to be wide. You don't want them out here like a bulldog. That's too far out. But you want a good chest floor on them and stuff. That's what I don't like about her. Profiling, she's really pretty. She just didn't have that front end that I'd like to see. She's got lots of muscle, natural muscle. One thing that I learned in the beginning, and I don't remember if it was Norman or MD, but one of them told me when you look at them, as babies, you look at the forearm. And if you look at that forearm, if they don't have any muscle in that forearm, they're not going to have natural muscle throughout the rest of them. So you want to make sure that forearm, you can see that muscling on that forearm. And that's what I try to look for. This doe, I really love her. See how pretty she is in the front end, honey. She's naturally wide. She's long-bodied. You want length. You don't want a compact. Pretty level down that top line. Just a pretty nice little doe. You know, they're young, and they're still growing. That's the good thing about these. They're still growing.
Now, at the meeting, we were talking structure, and one of the things that, I don't know if it was Norm or somebody else, that said, you look at their head, because then you can tell the pelvic region from the head. If you took the head and tossed it upside down, it'll fit in the pelvic bone, which is a crazy way to think about it. But is that right?
Yes, well, one of them taught me that at one point. Yes, exactly.
So you can tell a lot by the head of the goat.
Yeah, now see, like this little doe back here. See how more narrow she is between her horn set? And look at this one here. You got me? See how narrow? She's more narrow between her horn set. You can get maybe 3 fingers between her horns. Here's one right here. You can get 4 or 5. You know, see how wider she is through that horn set? Of course, I call them crazy horns. They kind of wide, you know, flip out. You want them to curve back. See how more this doe's or that doe, how the horn set curves back? That's a pretty horn set. These kind of got the little flips on them, and that's not very becoming. But do you notice the difference between that doe and her horn set and this doe? You know, this one's it's wider, and you want that.
Because it indicates that there's a wider pelvis, which indicates they can bear, they will kid better, is that right?
Yes,
or no?
Yes.
Okay, so does it also meat dependent? If you have a wider pelvis, you're going to have more mass, or no? Not really, it's just kidding.
Not really, just on the kidding part. It's going to help with how wide based they are through there.
Fantastic. Now what about the feet?
Oh, you want them up on their feet. Good. You don't want anybody that's down on their pasterns. You want them up on their feet. Good, because they got to travel. I mean, most of my goats are out there in the pasture. That's where they stay. You know, the ones that I'm trying to fatten up are the young ones. I try to keep them on full feed till they get a year old, and then if I'm keeping them, they go to the pasture. Or, you know, I've got some in here that we're going to sell. Got some sales coming up, so you want them fat sales. You know, a skinny goat doesn't bring as much money as a fat goat does, and which is crazy, but that's the name of the game. And anyway, we feed those. I feed my mamas when they got babies on them, and then they're up to be bred. Then they get fed when they're in the breeding pen with the bucks. Otherwise, they're out or the show does, the elite group.
Elite, oh my! Yes. So, do you cull pretty seriously, or do you kind of have a little squish room?
No, I cull pretty seriously unless it's somebody's, you know, this might be her last kid, and let's give it some chance. But I learned a long time ago, you look at them early and you start culling, you know, no, that one's not going to just sell that one, or put it in the sale. You're not going to keep that one, because you're putting a lot of feed in these. On the market side or the weather goat side, those guys are selling those kids when they're weaned, you know. They're making really more money that way, or your market or your commercial goats, because when they get up 60, 90 pounds, they're gone. The boar goat side, you're hoping they will make a show animal, but you don't know right off the bat if one's going to show or not. I say right off the bat. At 2 weeks, I can already tell. I've already got some picked out. That one's probably going to make a show doe, and then it might not turn out, but it's already. I've caught my eye at 2 weeks, and I want to say, yes, that one's going to come on and maybe make something decent to keep to show. And then when I wean them at 3 months, I'll look at them again pretty good. And I'm going to keep that one as a show. You know, and then kind of go on down. And then, you know, they may make it later on and they may not. We'll just see. Yeah, this is something that Norman taught me. you know, number one, no wrinkles. He taught me, because I asked him, I said, what do I need to be looking for? And he said, you look at your babies when they're 2 weeks old. He said, if you don't like them at 2 weeks, you're not going to like them later on. There's going to be an exception. There's always a doe that doesn't milk good, or, you know, but overall, general, if you like them at 2 weeks, okay, those are going to be worth hanging on to. If you don't like them at 2 weeks, you already know you're going to sell it and go on. You look at them again at 2 months. He said, because then they start, and they start going through ugly stages, and they get lanky on you and what have you. And so I look at them again at 2 months. And if I like them still then, okay, we're gonna hang on to those. And then some of them you don't look at till they're 7, 8 months old. You know, that's, you know, you already picked out those that you're gonna be pushing more for showing, and you're gonna get out there and show them. Some of them are slower matures, some of them are quick matures. Those quick matures, I've learned through the years, man, if they're little hot shots when they're babies and they're just really blowing everybody away in the show ring, when they turn a year old, they're probably done. They quit growing on you. But those that are steady and they place and they're doing okay, but they're not at the top. When they reach that year and a half old, which I like those better, that's what I try to breed for. Then they blossom and they bloom and they just take off and they get big and nice, you know. So those are the ones I like to try to breed for. But I've had some of the little hot shots too through the years. You know, go to an outside buck and that might be his forte, you know, so. Anyway.
So your decision-making criteria sounds a little like that, what we heard judging used to be. It's a 3, 2, 1. 3, you're out. 2, you get a second chance. 1, you're in the final group.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
And I guess you know or you don't, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Wonderful.
Exactly. So.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If you would please introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about yourself and your background.
All right. Well, my name is Scott Bowdridge. I am a associate professor of food animal production at West Virginia University. I grew up raising sheep in Southern California in the middle of the desert in between LA and Vegas. So my family raised Rambouillet and Oxford sheep there. I went to college at Chico State in Northern California, taught high school ag for couple of years down in Central California, then moved out to Maine. And I was the shepherd for a nonprofit rare breeds farm in mid-coast Maine. And then I got interested in parasite resistance and parasite problems in sheep in general. So I worked with some guys that were doing the Katahdin hair sheep project. They were doing some upgrading of Katahdin sheep in Maine. Did my master's at the University of Maine, then went down to Virginia Tech to work with Dave Nodder and did a PhD there before starting here. So my research interest and my focus is on improving parasite resistance in sheep and kind of understanding immunological mechanisms, selection for, so some of the consequences for selection for parasite resistance, and just generally helping out sheep producers across the country.
I did want to say that you mentioned that you had to shear your sheep this morning when we were talking about scheduling. So you definitely are a farmer or rancher. Which do you prefer?
Well, so I'm on the east side of the country now, so they call them farmers out here. Where I grew up, everybody's called ranchers, so it's just a difference of vocabulary. So a part of my job is also running the
If you would please introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about yourself and your background.
All right. Well, my name is Scott Bowdridge. I am a associate professor of food animal production at West Virginia University. I grew up raising sheep in Southern California in the middle of the desert in between LA and Vegas. So my family raised Rambouillet and Oxford sheep there. I went to college at Chico State in Northern California, taught high school ag for a couple of years down in Central California, then moved out to Maine. And I was the shepherd for a nonprofit rare breeds farm in mid-coast Maine. And then I got interested in parasite resistance and parasite problems in sheep in general. So I worked with some guys that were doing the Katahdin hair sheep project. They were doing some upgrading of Katahdin sheep in Maine. Did my master's at the University of Maine, then went down to Virginia Tech to work with Dave Nodder and did a PhD there before starting here. So my research interest and my focus is on improving parasite resistance in sheep and kind of understanding immunological mechanisms, selection for, so some of the consequences for selection for parasite resistance, and just generally helping out sheep producers across the country.
I did want to say that you mentioned that you had to shear your sheep this morning when we were talking about scheduling. So you definitely are a farmer or rancher. Which do you prefer?
Well, so I'm on the east side of the country now, so they call them farmers out here. Where I grew up, everybody's called ranchers, so it's just a difference of vocabulary. So a part of my job is also running the sheep unit that we have here, and because running it is so integral into our research program, I get pretty involved in that stuff. And I grew up shearing sheep. My dad taught me how to shear, and then I sheared all the way through college, and that kind of paid for bills as I was going along the way. So it's hard. It's one of those things that it's really easy now. It's easy to do, but it's I still enjoy it at some level, I guess is what I'm saying.
And I believe you said I read you raised Rambouillet, and which is that a wool or a meat sheep or both?
That's a wool breed, classic Western range wool breed.
Yes, and Western Range is quite a bit different. We actually just came through the Central Valley from Oregon down to San Diego, back down the 5, and that's quite a different environment than it might be in the East Coast.
So right, and when we're talking about Western range sheep, most of those sheep were developed in collaboration with the National Sheep Experiment Station in DuBois, Idaho. So when I talk about Western range sheep, I'm talking about those Rambouillet, Columbia, Corriedale, Polypay, those type of sheep that graze a lot of federal land and BLM land, going down from Idaho all the way down to Southern California. So
yeah, people don't really realize how much BLM land is out there and how sheep just kind of can run, and it's not an intense operation necessarily. They're just out in the range, correct?
Right. So we refer to them typically as extensive operations. So they're not running 40, 50 head. They're pushing 20, 30,000 ewes through there. So a little bit different.
So but I'm assuming too that these sheep have to be a little bit more self-sufficient if they're just ranging in a broader area.
Yeah, I mean, you're moving the animals to feed, as opposed to what we're more accustomed to is bringing feed to animals. So these are nomadic flocks. They graze in those different lands, and if they've got to cross some other lands, they've got to get trailered across there. So I grew up in an area in California where we'd constantly have sheep coming through that area. So there's a lot of large bands of sheep that would come through and hit those alfalfa fields in the winter, December, January, those type of, and lamb in that area before they're moving on.
Now we just came from Oregon. I mentioned that we were up there with Martin Daly and Joy, and Martin has quite extensive experience in raising sheep, but he used to raise merinos down in a place called Dixon, which is close to Davis, California.
Yep.
And again, it's that hot, dry area. He said that he tried to take his merinos up to Oregon and that his line just did not make it up there. It was too wet and dry. So I would assume that if you had sheep experience in California, does that translate to your move back east? And is it the same kind of thing, raising sheep back there?
It's different, right? So you've got a different environment. I grew up raising more show type sheep. They weren't necessarily commercial or range animals. So that's, we only had about 100 ewes at home, and it was more for the purpose of getting us out of the house and getting us on the road and doing those kind of things. Raising sheep is just kind of raising sheep, and you adapt to your environment, right? So some of the stuff that works in California is not going to work out here, and vice versa. And the type of sheep that are out here versus what's in California, it's pretty diverse. I would say, in the 1800s, there was a lot of merinos in this part of the country, in Virginia, West Virginia, Pennsylvania. That shifted over time. It's easier to raise those animals out in Nevada, Arizona, California. They fit their environment a lot better. So we tend to have a lot of farm flock type sheep out here, Dorset, some polypays, but we see a lot of infusion of Katahdin hair sheep in this part of the country.
Now your study is on, I'm going to let you talk about it in just a minute, it's the barber pole worm, but that also is something that responds to wet conditions. So I can see why back east you might have quite a lovely study group instead of out west where it's really dry.
Sure. So it typically hits this part of the country. There's going to be a paper that will come out here shortly that talks about parasite prevalence in the Intermountain West areas, Montana, Utah, Wyoming. I've done studies with friends of mine who are high school ag teachers in Central California, and while we get more rain for free, right? The irrigation that goes on in California can also severely impact. You can have quite a few parasites out there. So in Northern California, they do a lot of flood irrigation. Central California, it's still either center pivot, flood, or kind of row irrigation. But those kind of things are still going to allow that parasite to survive. So while it's hot and dry, which is correct, at the surface level on the ground on irrigated pastures, you're still making a humid environment for that parasite to survive.
Yeah, I had the feeling in California we're going to move a little bit from the flood irrigation to the drier stuff just out of necessity, the way that our climate is going. So very definitely going to be changed.
Okay, so just a couple terms. I would love it if you would clarify for the layman. One of them is ruminant. Tell us what a ruminant is.
A ruminant is an animal that has a compartmentalized stomach. So their stomach has 4 large compartments in it. So a ruminant has the ability to take forage resources or grass and turn that into, and actually utilize that grass as a source of energy and protein. So our stomach's not set up to do that. So there's 4 compartments to the ruminant stomach. There's the rumen, which is kind of where microbial fermentation occurs in that system, the reticulum, the omasum, and the abomasum. So the 4th compartment, or the abomasum, is the site of chemical digestion, and that's where that's where that section of their stomach looks the most like ours. And if you want to think about it, that's the one that's akin to what we have. So it's an acidic environment. That's where you're going to get a lot of breakdown of those different feed components there too. So the bugs and the rumen microbes break down a lot of the starches and cellulose that are in plants. And then that is utilized by those bugs. And some of the bugs actually end up feeding the animals through microbial digestion and breakdown of those microbes as they exit the rumen.
Yeah, so a whole little ecosystem going on in whatever body there happens to be. It's not just one thing.
Correct. Right.
So our sheep and cows are both ruminants. Do they kind of work the same way?
Yeah, there's some economies of scale, I guess, is the other part of it. I mean, that's past that. There's not a whole lot of similarity between the species in terms of the way they behave, act, reproductive cycles. Those are all different between those species. So, yeah, they're ruminants. So are deer. So are goats. There's a lot of ruminants in the world that utilize plant resources for food. So,
excellent. Okay, so with sheep, does their gut work the same way that it might in other animals in terms of the length of the gut and how acid it is and how things flow through it?
Yeah. Yep. So like I said, there's economies of scale, right? So the rumen is not as big in a sheep as it is in a cow, right? So that makes sense. You look at a cow's got a 40-gallon rumen. A sheep, a mature ewe, is going to have about a 20-gallon rumen, right? So those kind of things, you've got differences. There's going to be differences in terms of length of the small intestine and large intestine, those type of things. But the basic functionality of that stays pretty consistent between the species. So between cattle and sheep, the pH level of the abomasum is pretty constant.
Okay, that's great. Now, all this is going to come back to the worm here in a little bit, as I'm sure you know.
Yep.
So I'm going to slaughter this in Latin. So I'm going to have you correct me, but I'm going to say Haemonchus contortus, the barber pole worm. So pronounce that correctly and tell me what that is, please.
Okay, so Haemonchus contortus. That's just my California pronunciation of it, and you'll hear people call it Haemonchus. It's fine. So we just call it we end up in our lab, we just call it HC more often than not. But Haemonchus is a blood-feeding parasite. So this parasite has different stages of development. So if you think of it, the easiest way to explain this to people is to start coming out of the animal. So if there's eggs that are coming out of the animal in their feces, those eggs will develop through 3 larval stages in the environment. And for that to occur in a fairly steady state, there's some environmental requirements that have to be met. There's got to be humidity and typically heat. So we're talking about, if you want to think about the perfect environment for Haemonchus to live in, think of the Caribbean, right? It's hot, humid, and warm all day long, all year long, same temperature. You don't get big fluctuations and those type of things. So out on the pasture, those eggs are going to develop into larvae, and the larvae will go through 3 stages of larval development on pasture. So from the time the egg is shed to the time that you have what are called 3rd stage larvae, or the infective stage, is anywhere between 7 and 10 days on the pasture. I can recreate this in a laboratory setting and get that done in as short as, typically it's about 7 days. It can happen earlier. It just depends on environmental conditions. So those larvae are out there, and just to give you an idea, they're about 7/10 of a millimeter in length. So they're not very long. I don't want you to think about them moving like an inchworm or moving like a large worm. They don't have enough body or mass to really do that. So they actually are more swimmers than they are crawlers. So they utilize moisture on plants. So they will ride in the dew as that moisture moves up the plant and down during the day. And that kind of, so if you think about when dew is high on plants or on grasses, it's typically the same time when animals are grazing, right? They're grazing in the morning and at night, maybe a little bit during the day, but nothing. It just depends on the ambient temperature outside. So they're going to move up and down. Sheep are going to consume, or any ruminant for that matter, sheep, goat, cattle, they will consume those larvae. And the larvae will go with the digestive through all of the compartments of the ruminant system, and then stop when they get into the abomasum. So once they reach the abomasum, those worms will, and this was best described by a fellow back in the early 1900s about this, the way this works. So he described this as making a small blood droplet on the inside of the abomasum, and then that larvae will wrap around that blood droplet and use it to feed on. So by the time they get into the animal to about 14 days later, they're going to go through 2 more molts and then become adult worms. So they're going to go from being about 7/10 of a millimeter. Adult females can be upwards of 2 centimeters in length, and going to do that in a period of about 14 to 21 days. Once those adults are mature, you're going to have male and female worms. They will mate. The females will produce eggs, and females will produce somewhere around 10,000 eggs per day that are fertilized eggs that are shed out into the digestive tract and then follow the animal out and get dropped on the ground. While she's doing this, these worms are going to take in about 50 microliters of blood every day. Right, so that's kind of daily consumption of blood from those animals. So the homunculus at the end of its mouth has what's called a lancet. So unlike other parasites, if you think about hookworms and dogs, they have no hooks around their head. There's no mechanism for them to hold in place. So homunculus will produce a lancet and then pierce the side of the abomasum, and then just kind of open their mouth and let blood flow into their body. Right, so they get that barber pole appearance, or candy cane, or anything that's red and white twisted together, because their intestines and ovaries are kind of twisted together. So the ovaries are white, the red part is their digestive tract, and that's why adult females, or that's why that worm gets that barber pole name. So 50 microliters to make this relevant. If you've ever tried to hold a drop of water on your fingernail, that's pretty close to about 50 microliters, right? So it's not very much. Multiply that by 1,000 worms, now you're talking about 50 milliliters of blood. And that's about the size of a Dixie cup, right? So if you've got a small lamb, 50 milliliters is a lot. You got a 250-pound ewe, 50 milliliters isn't anything, but this is cumulative. This is happening on a daily basis. So you're taking away nutrients that could be used for maintenance or growth or lactation or a lot of other things when that animal constantly has to regenerate red blood cells due to infection.
Yeah, I know that they have that same issue. We have it with our chickens. We had an outbreak of mites that was brought in by birds, and you can barely see the mite, and yet the chickens are getting anemic because there are so many mites, and they multiply at such a fast rate that the chicken can't produce blood fast enough to keep up with the mite, and it can actually kill them, it exsanguinates them.
That's effectively what happens in acute hemoncosis. So when you have enough larvae or enough worms in there that are feeding on blood, they will die from exsanguination.
So is that how you find, do you find the issues with like for instance with a sheep, you know it has anemia, and so would barber pole worm be the first thing you would test for?
Well, so the first thing that we figure is that particularly on the eastern part of the country, we use a a method of selective deworming. So what we do is we check the eyelids and the color of the mucous membranes underneath their eye. So this is a system called FAMACHA or FAMACHA. It was developed by Fafa Mullen, and it's Fafa Mullen's chart or FAMACHA. So this scores the anemia of the animals from 1 to 5, 1 being very red, 5 being white. So this gives a producer an idea of how anemic an animal is, particularly a grazing animal. And then during the summertime, we assume that most anemia is probably parasite derived and not nutritionally derived. So that can kind of give us an idea of how to treat animals, when to treat them, those type of things. In terms of distinguishing whether it's homunculus or some other parasite, there's no real way to do that other than looking at the pathological effects of what you've got. So if you've got an animal with anemia and they have a high fecal A count, there's a pretty good chance that that's homunculus. But that doesn't mean that just because an animal has a high fecal A count that it is only homunculus. There are other, what we call trichostrongylid parasites. So that would include Telodrosogia, which is also an abomasal nematode parasite or worm parasite, Trichostrongylus, which is found in the small intestine, Cupuria, which is found in the small intestine, and they all have the same egg shape. So when you look at them on a fecal egg counting slide, or you look at them under a microscope, you can't really tell the difference between them. So the only way to do that is to culture the eggs, get them to become larvae, and then measure the length of their tail.
Wow. Oh, now I could see how that might be a real problem, especially if you have, if you're trying to do parasite control by medication. I know with the chickens, it's one of those things that you have to be specific in terms of what you're trying to fight with the parasites, and they become resistant over time. So I can see with sheep, if you're aiming for one thing and you have to constantly bombard them with whatever right. medication you think might work, that you need to go outside the box and find something that more naturally let them compete over time with parasites, correct?
Correct, but I still think that treatment plays a role in a strategy of parasite management. And I don't think that our aim is to make sheep sterile of parasites. Sheep are going to be exposed to parasites. What we don't want to have happen is that the parasite becomes so overwhelming to their system that they don't perform for us.
Excellent. Okay, so this actually leads into why you're studying the St. Croix sheep. Tell us about that.
So the St. Croix sheep originated on the island of St. Croix. They were brought to the U.S. by some researchers out at Utah State in the early 70s, and they started doing work with thinking about incorporating St. Croix. So if you guys are out in California, you'll see a lot of Dorper St. Croix crosses or Dorp Croix out there. Southern Oregon will have those, and they'll have some in Texas. The St. Croix was also used as one of those progenitor breeds to develop the Katahdin breed, which is currently the most popular breed in the U.S. They've got more annual registrations than any other breed, far surpassing Suffolk or any other breed in the U.S. So they're kind of a trendy breed right now, but they have parasite resistance, and they also have the other part of not having to shear them. So the problem with Katahdins in kind of understanding immune mechanisms is that there's so much variation in how one Katahdin is going to perform versus another. So we went right to the source. And this started with my PhD work down at Virginia Tech, because they had a group of Barbados blackbelly ewes and that had St. Croix and just a little bit of crossbred of the Caribbean breeding on those animals. So we started doing work there, and once I came to West Virginia University, we've expanded that and kind of dove deeper into immune mechanisms and how these sheep respond and what makes them different than other breeds.
So what does make them different than other breeds in terms of how they process the barber pole worm?
What we have at WVU is we have a system where we can create sheep that are naive to parasite infection. So they're born in an environment where they're never going to be exposed to a worm. So experimentally, what we can do is look at what happens at the first time when those animals are exposed to homunculus. So when they're exposed to Haemonchus the first time, the St. Croix sheep will clear the infection by themselves somewhere between 5 and 6 weeks after infection. So we typically, as a part of our experiments, will give lambs about 10,000 Haemonchus contortus larvae, and their fecal egg count will go up to about 3,000 or 4,000 eggs per gram, and then a couple weeks later it'll bottom out.
So it's like cycling a fish tank. They get certain levels come up and then other ones go down again, or is it they're just done?
Yeah, they don't go up and down because these animals are in an environment where they can't be reinfected by any kind of anything picking up off the ground. This is all in controlled housing and barns where we do that. So they're not out on pasture doing this. Now, if we compare those to Suffolk sheep that are raised in the same type of environment, the Suffolk sheep will actually get a higher fecal egg count than the Croix, even though that they're given the same number of larvae, and they will have a static infection. They will maintain a high level of infection and won't clear it the first time. So we usually will drug treat those animals, knock out the infection, wait a couple weeks for your immune system to kind of recover from that, and then go back and reinfect them. When we challenge, it's called challenge infection, when we challenge the St. Croix, their fecal egg count may go up to 100 eggs per gram, and then it's gone, right? When we challenge infect the Suffolk, they go right back up to 3,000 or 4,000 eggs per gram. So the first thing that we're seeing is failure to develop protective immunity. So for whatever reason, the Suffolk sheep they require a lot more exposure to Haemonchus before they will actually develop an immune response that is effective to clear the parasite. And we know that mature Suffolk ewes have a fair amount of resistance to this, right? But it's not a function of genetics, it's more of a function of exposure. So those animals were exposed to it many times, have ultimately developed immunity based on multiple exposures. But if you've been around sheep for any length of time, you'll know that these sheep will find a way to kill themselves. And we don't want to let a worm infection be one of those sources or one of those options for them.
Now, this is fascinating because I would think that this says to the breeder, oh, if one of two things. One, if I've got a problem with barber pole worm, which it's my understanding from all the sheep people that we talk to, this is a major issue for them economically and in terms of management. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So, I mean, this can have a huge impact on how profitable a farm is or not in getting rid of this type of thing. And again, medications are not necessarily bad, but you don't want to have to keep bombarding your sheep with this if there's a natural way to take care of it. Would
Correct.
you say that you might find, as a result of the things that you found in your study, do you maybe run St. Croix sheep through your pastures first before you run any other animals? Or do you mix a little of that in with your other animals? And again, they're a hair sheep and not a wool sheep, so I can see how that might be bad in the long run for your fleece production. But how might you use this practically?
So how does it use practically? That's a great question. So the information that we're getting from the St. Croix can kind of sometimes be egg-headed academic information. So it's not going to give you a whole lot of practical knowledge right out of the gate, right? You're not going to get Western range producers to start crossbreeding St. Croix sheep. Not going to happen. And alternatively, you're not going to have the people buy flocks of Croix to graze before the flock that they really care about, because the availability of St. Croix sheep across the country is fairly low, right? The other part of it that comes into play with this is that St. Croix sheep just by themselves, while they survive a parasitic infection, they're great moms, they're great sheep in general. When you go to market these animals on a commercial setting, they're not going to be as profitable. You're not going to get as much for them sold at a sale barn as you would Suffolk crossbred lamb, right? So there's some inherent issues with that. I think that what we're looking at with this is kind of some of the basic biology of why this happens, right? And this can be implemented as a part of a genetic selection strategy. And that's what the Katahdin breeders have really kind of grabbed a hold of, is how do we use genetics to control parasitism within our flocks? And one way to do that is really kind of focusing on selection for animals with low breeding values for fecal egg count. So a breeding value is simply an animal's genetic merit for some trait, right? So it kind of excludes environment. It's what is their genetic merit for that trait. And an animal has a low or a negative breeding value for fecal egg count, that means that they're going to be more resistant and that their progeny are going to pick up half of that breeding value, right? Makes sense?
Yes.
So they're going to pass on half of their breeding value onto their progeny. And in fact, when you use rams with low fecal egg count breeding values, you get lambs that have low fecal egg count breeding values. So you can select for this immune response. And that's effectively what you're doing when you select for fecal egg count reduction, like they do through the National Sheep Improvement Program, is to utilize those values to identify animals that are going to be a better, it's kind of an insurance policy against parasitism. It's not the full answer, right? So this, in combination with some rotational grazing, with selective deworming, are all a part of a systematic approach to managing parasites within your flock.
Now, I mean, that's an excellent point, that this is just one of the tools, but I can see when you select for trait over time, you select for one thing and you potentially lose another. So I could see that maybe you would have to use this in an extremely scientific way if you truly wanted to select for this trait, because you have to do genetic testing, do you not, on any animals that you want to see that they have this, or no? Is there a simpler way?
Yeah, no, this is pretty simple. So West Virginia University, Texas A&M, and Louisiana State University are all a part of what's called the American Consortium for Small Ruminant Parasite Control, with a number of other universities. But these three institutions will actually do fecal egg counting for you at a fee for $5 a sample. So you submit a sample to one of these institutions that's closest to your location, and you will get data back within a week that you can use to submit with the rest of your data on your animals so this isn't like genetic testing in terms of submitting a blood sample. It's genetic testing by submitting numbers, by submitting information. So the things that we're submitting along with fecal egg count are weaning weights, birth weight, birth type, ribeye area, depth, fat thickness, scrotal circumference. So this incorporated into a selection strategy can have an overall benefit for your flock. And we've demonstrated that through our collaboration with the folks at Virginia Tech, and using their Katahdin flock and actually divergently selecting rams with either high or low fecal egg counts and randomly mating them to Katahdin ewes. The lambs that come from low fecal egg count sires have low fecal egg count breeding values themselves. So it's a moderately heritable trait, so meaning that you can make improvement on it in a relatively short period of time.
So if we do have farmers that we meet that say, oh, that's a great thing, does that apply to wool and meat producing sheep? And how do I find out more about that? What would you recommend?
Sure. First thing that you want to do is go to nsip.org. So Rusty Burgett is the coordinator for the National Sheep Improvement Program. There are information about wool breeds. The National Sheep Improvement Program works with a group out of Australia called Lamb Plan, and they will calculate these values for you, right? So you submit all the information, and Rusty can help any producer do this, and then get those data back, and then start thinking about how do you incorporate these data into your flock management scheme.
It seems like an excellent resource to me. Now, one thing I did want to ask, because I understand that sometimes if pasture management is a part of what might help sheep to be healthier in attempting to naturally combat some of these things and increase immune response, what kinds of things in terms of protein or nutrition do you find that would naturally help sheep to combat this barber poleworm?
So the first thing that we can talk about with grazing is that on pasture or where these animals are going to pick up these worms, right? So that's where that's going to occur. Goats tend to be more browsers than grazers. But if you change their environment and take them out of a browsing environment and put them on irrigated pasture land or fenced in pasture that doesn't have any plant resources to browse, you're now changing them into grazers. So how long you're on a pasture, how long you're on a paddock within that pasture, those kind of things are going to affect the exposure of those animals to parasites. So some people will call it avoidance grazing. So that doesn't mean that you need to move the animals every day, right, and not utilize the pasture resources that you have. You have to think about how do you best manage the animals and also best manage the land. So I think that sometimes when we start raising livestock, we forget about we're also grassland managers as well, and that has to be an important component. The second part of all of this stuff is understanding what happens nutritionally to an animal when they become parasitized. You've now changed that animal's basic or basal requirements, nutrient requirements. So if you've got a nutrient requirements for an animal that is not infected with parasites, that's going to be different than an animal that is infected. So understanding right off the bat that anytime I've got a sheep grazing on pasture, they're exposed to a parasite infection. And that whatever it says in a sheep book about how much feed they should be getting on a daily basis has to be altered to compensate for the parasitism those animals are experiencing. So my professors at Chico would call it the difference between the science of feeding and the art of feeding. And there's an art to this, and this is where the management side comes into this. Now, what we've done over the past few years in West Virginia is to look at the importance of both protein and energy nutrition in helping an animal experience the largest amount of immune response to a parasitic infection. So one of those ways to do that is simply through energy. So energy is a rate limiting nutrient in terms of immune response. If you don't have any glucose and you don't have any of that, any energy in the diet, then you're not going to get immune response, period. But then right after that comes everything else. So everything your immune system is doing and generating is all protein derived. So if those animals are also protein deficient in pastures, then that will also affect those kind of things. And then we also know that protein comes in a variety of different forms, and how that is degraded in the rumen, or if it bypasses the rumen, those kind of things will affect the availability of proteins and which specific amino acids are available for digestion. So you'll hear ruminant nutritionists talk about the rumen as kind of being a black box. What goes into it and what comes out of it are two different things, right? It's not like a pig where you can put feed into one end of the pig and know exactly how everything is broken down, because there's no microbial fermentation that's occurring in that digestive system, or not nearly as much as what's going on in a sheep. So one things that we've been doing is utilizing rumen protected protein. So things like adding fish meal to a supplementation of lambs that are being grazed. I think that sometimes when we test our pastures, the values that we get back, we get really excited about. And you have to remember that that value that you get back on that test is everything that you sampled. But then you also have to look at what you sampled versus what the sheep is consuming. And those two things are often at odds with each other and not very equivalent. So by supplementing lambs that are grazing, and this is contrary to everything that I was taught as an undergrad or as a young man raising sheep, is that sheep run on grass. You shouldn't have to supplement them. You shouldn't have to do anything like that. Yeah, well, then you get into the art of raising animals. And you know that those animals that are parasitized, they're already protein deficient. They are going to require more sources of energy and more sources of protein that are concentrated. So we use a strategy of supplementing lambs at 2% of their body weight, and then we add fish meal to that. And once we add fish meal to that, not only do we get an increase in gain on those lambs that are grazing pastures, we also get a reduction in fecal egg count, which is contrary to what happens when we supplement with a mixture of corn and soybean meal. and that's kind of more of a common mix. That that particular mix, when soybean meal is the only protein component there, then what you get is you get a resolution of the pathological effects of Haemophilus infection. So those animals won't get as anemic, but they're still going to have high fecal A count. So basically, by giving them that supplement, all that supplement is doing is going to mask the effect of the worms on the animal's anemia. But you're not going to get those. Ultimately, we still have to get a product out of these animals, and we still have to make sure that they're as healthy as possible and that we're generating a healthy product. So by adding some rumen protected protein in there, particularly through byproduct feeds. So if you think about corn gluten feed, which is a byproduct of making high fructose corn syrup, or fish meal, which is readily available everywhere across the country. I mean, it's around with a lot of the aquaculture enterprises that are going on. Those are all sources of rumen protected protein that we have published data on that indicate a reduction in fecal A count and an increase in growth.
And I would think also that with all that you just said about nutrition, especially with a wool product, we learned recently that when we spoke to the wool producers, that they had a bad rain year and their grass was completely nutritionally different than the otherwise might have been. It got too soggy, and so it really impacted something that's dependent upon a consistent growth and a consistent nutritional profile, and their entire fleece could have been completely ruined because they had 1 month of bad nutrition. So I can see how when you have a product like wool, constant nutrition, especially with something like a worm that can impact the amount of uptake of nutrition that the animal has, whether the animal is eating it and whether the animal is getting the benefit of that are two different things often.
Right. So trying to avoid peaks and valleys in nutritional levels is important for growing animals, for lambs that are growing, or if you're trying to grow fleece, constant fiber diameter, kind of consistent strength in that fiber going from the skin side all the way out to the end of the fleece are critical things. And I can see this when I'm shearing animals. I know that if you sheared sheep after a used lamb or has weaned a lamb, you're going to have breakpoints in that fleece right at the skin level when you shear those animals after weaning. So those things we know will pick all those you can pick that up in the fiber, and the fiber is going to be a telltale sign of what's happening in those animals. But sometimes with growing lambs, you don't have that opportunity to see the effect of that. So if you've got real heavy rainstorms that come through for a month or so, you get grass that's washed out. Remember that if an animal's eating a pound of grass when it's really wet outside, it's going to reduce the amount of total grass that they're getting. Right, in terms of a dry matter basis, they're not getting as much from that. So those are all things to think about. So that's why I think that supplementation, even when animals are out on pasture, is still a critical component of maintaining productive states in livestock, whether your focus is on wool or lamb.
This is absolutely fascinating, because I would have assumed that the resistance to the barber pole worm was very much a physiological thing. Maybe it's the acid in the sheep's stomach and the St. Croix sheep's stomach that causes that. But it's immune response, and a healthy immune response, it seems to be what you're saying.
Correct. So the acid, so the worm, when it gets into the stomach, regardless if it's in a Croix or the Suffolk sheep, or what we use as our susceptible model breed, what happens in there is that once the worms get to a certain size, they produce an excretory secretory protein, and that will actually buffer the pH in the abomasum. So that's one of the things why you don't get as good a nutrient digestion in Haemophilus infection, is because those adult worms start changing the pH in the stomach, right? So that's why the other reason is that you don't see diarrhea with Haemophilus. So Haemophilus doesn't generate diarrhea, but will change the color of the stool because some of the blood that's leaking out of the abomasum.
This is fascinating. So are you going to, now, is this an ongoing study, or is this a one-time study that you've done?
No, this is a 30-year this is what you make your bones with in academia. So it's my, the way I was mentored was that you find your one thing that you're going to do for 30 years and you spend your time doing that. And then when you're done, you hopefully have made some contribution to science and agriculture, and that's what you get to retire with, right? So we were looking at a lot of different things with this. Immune response, the way that cells behave differently in one breed versus another, some of the genetic mechanisms that are underpinning this difference in immune response. Really, the St. Croix sheep dump the best way to put it is they kind of have a kitchen sink response to larvae. They unload everything: antibody cells, cytokines, inflammatory mediators. It's everything, right? And when the Australians really put a lot of selection emphasis on fecal A count reduction, what happened was they started building animals that developed such a polarizing immune response that it actually injured the animal. So it kind of went towards a autoimmune disease state as opposed to a protective state. What's interesting about the Croix is they were never selected directly. They were never artificially selected for fecal A count. These animals were just dropped off by merchant ships that have been passing through the Caribbean since man started moving over from Europe and Africa over the continental US or North America. So these animals had to survive in this environment and had to develop a mechanism to survive. And that's what they do. I put them out in an infected area, they're going to be just fine. You're never going to have to worry about that.
Well, I have to say that when I started this conversation, I thought, okay, this is broader applications because other species get this. Cattle get barber poleworm infections and things like that. It's my understanding, not as much as sheep, but they can cross to things like cattle, correct?
Yeah, so cattle don't really get Homunculus contortus that much. They get another version of Homunculus called Homunculus placei. So, and Homunculus placei you just don't see in sheep very much. So Homunculus in a beef cow, she's going to chew that thing up and spit it out. So usually in this part of the country, we really recommend to a lot of small ruminant producers, you want to get Homunculus out of your pastures, graze cattle there, or take a hay cutting, right? So any way to dry or desiccate. So if I leave larvae out on a glass slide, and let's say that one of the students were doing some microscopy and they forgot the worms were on there, 30 seconds, that little pool of water is going to dry up, that worm's dead, right? So if you can find any way to desiccate that pasture without making it completely dry and not have any moisture in it, it's a great way to do that. So we can clear out a pasture by taking hay cuttings. A mixed species grazing is another great approach to managing this. Cattle graze in different areas than sheep, but cattle can also handle that infection, and actually it doesn't really establish that well in beef cattle. So beef cattle are more susceptible to parasites like Ostertagia, which is an abomasal dwelling parasite, and Cupuria, which tend to affect them a little bit more than Homunculus does. At least in North America. In South America, Homunculus placei will tend to affect beef cattle a little bit more.
But as you're describing this kitchen sink response that the St. Croix have, mm-hmm. I went from, okay, sheep and maybe small ruminants and cattle to all of a sudden, holy cow, if you could figure out how you get the kitchen sink immune response, think about what that might do potentially in the long run for people, for any animal. If you can figure out how to stimulate that immune response, you can retire in St. Croix.
Yeah, so that's the trick with all of that. One of the things that we've done is done some different additive feedings that are immunostimulants. It's just not a clear-cut way of how you get that done. What we are working on now is one of the immune products that's generated by sheep in general to Homunculus, but just more so in the Croix is a component called interleukin 13. And that interleukin 13 does is it has two effects. It paralyzes larvae. So when I take interleukin 13 and I put it in with larvae in the laboratory, the larvae become paralyzed. And all of our drugs used to treat parasitic infections have the same, they're just paralytics. And that's what they do. So if something's paralyzed and it can't move and it's in the digestive tract, it's going to go with the flow, right? So it's going wherever the rest of the food's going. And that's the way dewormers work, is they paralyze larvae through different mechanisms, right? So they don't actually go in and kill the larvae, they paralyze them. So we can tell that they're paralyzed, but they're not dead by looking at their ability to generate energy in the form of ATP. So we measure ATP in those larvae after they've been exposed to IL-13, and they're alive, right? They're not dead. So that's one thing. The other thing that IL-13 does is it causes, at least in mice, it causes a weep and sweep response. So it loosens up the tight junctions in the gut and allows fluid to cross that barrier, so it kind of induces diarrhea, right? So if you're not going to paralyze something, the other way to get it out of your system is to increase the flow rate, right?
Flush,
so if you got transient, right? You got transient diarrhea that happens with this. That's what IL-13 is going to do to the digestive tract. So the great thing about, and what we're kind of trying to figure out, is how can we administer IL-13 in the digestive tract to get both of these responses. So it's both a larval paralytic and it's going to induce luminal flow and kind of gut contractility. So that's the weep and sweep response. So it's stuff coming across the lumen, and then it's going to increase the muscle contractions. You know, when you're sick and you're not feeling well, your stomach hurts, right? That's the contraction. And then you have luminal flow, so all that water's leaving you. They tell you to drink a lot of water if you have diarrhea. Same kind of thing here. So if that's doing that a little bit in those animals, that might be another way to address treatment. Because you're right, a lot of our drugs aren't working anymore for managing parasitic infections. Even from a single dose standpoint, ivermectin doesn't work very well in some cases. Any of the benzimidazoles like Safeguard or Valbazin or Panacure, those aren't working very well anymore.
And the externals too, correct?
What's that?
The external applications are, you know, oh gosh, I'm completely blanking here. Not Prometheus.
Permethrins.
Permethrins,
Yeah.
yes, thank you. Mm-hmm. Those are becoming less effective sometimes as well too, correct?
But these ones, I mean, this is documented lack of efficacy. So when you've got single, double, and triple dewormer type that is not effective, period. We got producers that are dealing with that in Australia, New Zealand. We're starting to see this. There's some folks that are heavily involved in the American sheep industry that are in South Dakota. Their family's been raising Rambouillet sheep there for generations, that are losing sheep to parasites, and they've never lost them like that before. So a little bit of climate change and the northward prevalence of homuncus. Homuncus doesn't really like cold weather very much, but if it's a little bit warmer up there now, you're starting to see homuncus more in England and Northern Europe, where it just wasn't there before. So either the parasites adapting or the climate shifting a little bit, that's going to allow those worms to survive in that environment. But I mean, we're talking about massive losses, 200 lambs dead from parasites, and they dewormed them, right? So this kind of gives producers, it's been shaking producers up over the last probably 5 to 10 years, made massively in the Western U.S. So I think that folks out West are starting to realize that this is a larger problem, and it's not just isolated to Eastern sheep production.
Yeah, major economic impact. And Western Australia comes to mind with all those the wetness there. They have a big problem with these types of things in the barber pole worm. This is fascinating. I don't want to take much of your time because we're bumping up on the time that you promised us. But I have to tell you, this is just, I can see not only agricultural applications but human applications for your 30-year study. If people wanted to follow you and find out more about this, where do they go?
My website is bowdridge.davis.wvu.edu. or you can just type my name into a search bar and that page will come up. There's information about what we do in the lab. We work with St. Croix sheep, Texel, and do a lot of genetic work with some Katahdins and our collaborators down at Virginia Tech.
Wonderful.
There's another website that has a lot of information for producers and managing worms. It's wormx.info, and it is the website for the American Consortium for Small Ruminant Parasite Control. And there is fact sheets, places to get FAMACHA cards, how to get FAMACHA training. All of those things can be found on that site. How to manage this with genetics, nutrition, dewormers, advanced parasite control strategies can be found there.
I'd actually been to that one before I spoke with you. I now feel like a sheep person.
Good. There you go.
Well, thank you so much. This has been absolutely wonderful.
You're welcome. Anytime.
Become a member today and help us support this unique animal. Become a member today and help us support this unique animal. Today and help us support this unique animal.
Hi, I'm Carol Peters and I'm the owner of Slow Turtle Farm LLC. We raise goats, we milk goats, and we manufacture cheese for the human industry. We're one of the cheese raising goats in the entire state of Florida, the youngest goat herd in the state of Florida, but we have the largest amount of animals that we're milking with my husband and I. We hope to continue to grow the state and create industry here.
So when you say grade A, it's the same thing as USDA grade started?
It was mostly me. My husband's a fireman, now retired, and I got cancer in 2005 and was not going to be allowed to bush hog our back field. We did have fields at one point. And so I got 6 goats, didn't know anything about them. And I had a little bit of farm background. As a high schooler, I lived on a farm for a year, and I fell in love and wanted to just go right back to it. My foster family was like, goats, goats. We had cows. We never had goats. Why goats? I don't know. They just appeal to me. They're intelligent. They're beautiful. They're just a wonderful creature. And I just want to promote them as best I can.
How many years have you been running the goats
We
here?
decided to make a dairy in 2011, and that's when I incorporated. And it's taken us until 2020 to actually become grade A, one piece of equipment at a time. Setbacks, growth. It's not easy to create an industry where there hasn't been an industry in the past. And so there's no loans. You could do the USDA Farm Service Agency type beginning farmer loans. But because it was dairy goats and we had nothing to measure what the impact would be in the community as far as product, which is what they're looking for, and USDA does not measure goat cheese as a commodity, there was no ability to get loans that way. Traditional banks are not a venture situation. That's venture capital that you're looking for, and banks don't do that. So when my husband finally retired 2 years ago, we made a huge push. Let's get it done, and let's get it moving. And then COVID hit. In the middle of all of it, we were supposed to be done in 2019, just after Christmas. Everything was going to be done, and we were scheduling our final inspections and so forth, and trying to get the labs out here, and things got pushed out, and then all of a sudden in February they said, we know we were supposed to come out in March, but due to COVID, we're shut down, so we'll see you sometimes after May. And I was like, but how am I supposed to keep my animals fed in all that time? And they're like, not our problem, which technically it's not. I mean, everybody was struggling at that point. Nobody knew what was going on. So we just dealt with it, and we dealt with it as best we could, which is one bale of hay at a time, keep milking, try to work as best we could, farm gate pickups. This is what we have to offer. Come pick it up at the gate. Then the farmers markets opened back up, so we started the farmers markets. The restaurants opened back up, so I was slogging out there, introducing ourselves to all the different chefs. So even though we began in 2020, this year is the year we actually were able to get out there and ply our trade.
During COVID, a lot of the farmers and ranchers we've talked to had a spike in business because when the shelves were empty in the grocery stores, people that they had never sold products to started calling them up, and some people don't realize, hey, I want to buy this, and they said, well, this is all spoken for. Well, when could you have more? And they said, well, this cow or this sheep or whatever animal has to go through the process of growing, and some people don't realize that. So during COVID, did you see a little bit of pickup in your business for either goat milk or some of the cheese?
Some of the milk picked up, not so much for the pasteurized human grade, but for the raw, because they were having problems finding pet food. So people who were breeding dogs and so forth were really spiking on the milk situation. The cheese, not so much. Even though there is a huge growth in goat cheese as a product that people serve, it's still not that well known here. So fighting the education process as well as all the other things, goat cheese is not usually something that's in the case of dairy products anyway. So you have the specialty aisle, and people kind of gloss over that. They don't see it. They're headed to the deli or they're headed to the bakery, and they walk right past the specialty cheeses, the sheep cheeses, the imports, the goat cheeses. So it's been an education process. So we didn't really see a spike in that at all. We did see a spike in goat meat. So once the slaughter facilities started opening up, the smaller ones, we were able to take some of the boys that we were unable to sell and take those. So we had a spike in the ethnic population for goat meat, which helped. It was huge as far as being able to get continue buying hay for the rest of the herd.
So do you sell goat meat as well?
We do. It's very seasonal. We don't just go, okay, you're going to the slaughterhouse today, because these are valued members for the dairy. But we do raise boys up that are not going to be herd sires. We do weather a few for the pet people. But growing well and having a bad moment is a bigger kindness than it is to go into a situation where they're just stuck out in a pasture eating grass that has no nutrition.
So tell me what kind of goats that you have here.
We have dairy goats. We have several breeds of dairy goats. These are all the larger breeds. There are quite a few that are recognized by the American Dairy Goat Association. The Nubians are some of the most popular that people know about the most. The Sonnens, which are our white goats. Alpines, which have upright ears, and then we have a few La Mancha, which are one of the only breeds, actually the only breed, that was ever developed in the United States back in the 1970s in California. And it is a true breed. There's also Toggenburgs, Oberhasleys, Sables, the Nigerian dwarfs, and the now British Guernseys have been recognized with the American Dairy Goat Association. So that's been wonderful for that industry. And keeping them pure or American, 100% of their breed, but have been bred up from something else, even though multiple generations have to pass before they become breed standard.
So of the breeds that you mentioned, are there a particular one that is your best milkers as far as getting X amount of pounds of milk from them?
We don't, because we're cheese manufacturers, we're not looking so much for quantity, but quality. So we have the mixed herd one because I just couldn't resist this one and that one. But we also breed genetically for the best cheese making milk. And the Nubians have the second highest butterfat ratio. They have alpha casein proteins. You hear about the A1, A2 genes with milk and inflammation responses. Well, breaking that down into the different components, the alpha casein is what makes the cheese or fluid milk taste creamy or watery or so forth. The Sonnens are a good milk breed. They give the most milk per breed on average, but they have the lowest amount of cheese-making butterfats. The Nubians have the highest butterfat. They don't make as much quantity of milk. So we blend the milk and we have a really nice component that makes a beautiful cheese. It also makes a nice, rich, creamy milk, very different from cow's milk. People who drink it can't believe how silky it feels on the tongue, but oh my gosh, it tastes just like milk.
and so it's a little easier to process for some people too.
It actually is. It most closely resembles human milk in that the molecules are that much smaller. Cow's milk has to be homogenized, meaning the cells have to be broken up. So those, back in the day, you used to have to shake your milk to be able to put the butterfats back into the milk before you drank it. With goat's milk, you don't need to do that so much because the creme line stays within the milk suspended and not rising to the surface like the old-fashioned milk. So they consider it naturally homogenized because of those small particles. It's easier to digest. Going back to the cow's A1, A2 genes, goats are always A2. There is no A1 gene in goat's milk. So people who think that they're lactose intolerant may actually be A1 intolerant and have that inflammation response in their body that is very uncomfortable, to say mildly.
Here in the United States, we don't, we still, everyone hasn't come around to goat milk or goat cheeses or meat in particular. It's more of a lot of that is still, as you were saying, an ethnic market.
It's a very ethnic market. The United States is one of the only places in the world that does not recognize goats for the value that they are. Goat meat in itself is higher in protein than beef is, yet it's lower in fat than chicken. It's a very, very lean, very healthy meat of all the red meats. It's delicious. It should be a mild tasting meat. It's not as gamey as, say, lamb or venison. We use it plain. We make steaks, chops, we braise it, we barbecue. But because of its leanness, people in the United States don't know how to treat it. It's a low and slow process. You have to add either fats in it if you're going to cook it quickly, but in the braising process, adding liquids, adding oils, marinades, and so forth, it breaks down those fibers, adds enough fats to it that makes a beautiful, beautiful meat. As far as goat's cheese goes, most of the goat cheeses that you get commercially have been processed in a large commercial facility. It's either ultra pasteurized or it's had time before it gets turned to cheese, or just the cheese itself has aged for a bit, especially the fresh cheeses. It's not supposed to be an aged cheese, it's fresh. It breaks down those casein proteins, and a fresh cheese is mild and flavorful. The chefs call it a barnyard flavor, but it's not rank. It's not something that you go, oh gosh, I guess I can swallow that maybe. It should be, oh my God, this is wonderful, and feel the components in it. The hard cheeses, you should not be able to distinguish a Gouda from either sheep or cow or goat other than just the texture. The flavor itself, a Gouda should taste like Gouda. Cheddar of cheddar, mozzarella, mozzarella, and be able to work it that way. Any kind of milk can be made into any kind of cheese, but how it's digested, how the flavor components work themselves with foods. Goat's milk does well with acid-based foods, so it pairs beautifully with fruits, with certain vegetables. It does do well as a complement with meats, but it's also great for desserts. There's a restaurant in Mount Dora that uses pounds and pounds and pounds of our goat cheese for their cheesecakes. It makes a wonderful, mild flavored cheesecake that doesn't have quite the density that you would find with the cream cheese from cow's milk. So people are just shocked at how beautiful it makes it.
Do you process and make your cheeses here, or do you?
We do. We make our cheeses all right here on the farm. So the goats get milked. It goes right into a bulk tank. From the bulk tank, we transfer it to our pasteurizer, and we make cheese. When we're in peak season, we make cheese every single day. And then in slow times right now, we're barely making enough for just our own table. We're waiting for these girls to come in online. We've frozen curd for our wholesale clients, whatever's left over in our freezers for our farmers markets. And it's like, hold on guys, just wait. Well, a couple more weeks.
Explain this to people that may not know too, because a goat has to
have a baby
to lactate.
Most of the time you need to have a baby to lactate. We do have goats that become precocious. They start making an udder before they have babies. Once in a while we'll milk those if they're really desiring to make milk, but most of the time they have to be pregnant. They go through the hormonal process of giving birth, and then they start making milk to feed their babies, which we allow them to do. We allow them to feed their babies. When the babies get big enough, usually between 1 and 2 weeks old, we'll pull the babies at night because they're sleeping. we'll put them in a nice safe location. We milk the moms in the morning, and then there's still plenty for the babies all day long until evening again, when the babies know to go get put up. They get their hay, they don't have to fight for it with their moms, and the next morning we milk again and they get reunited with their moms. They spend their lives with their family units.
Tell the gestation period on the goat?
It's 150 days, give or take 5 days. We don't really like them going over. Once in a while they will, but it's pretty much like clockwork at 150 days. And because we do breedings by schedule, when they come into a heat cycle, just when they're going through ovulation, we will introduce them with a buck. We'll let them breed for an hour or more, and then we'll take the buck back to his pen and say good boy and the girl, and then we wait for 150 days. We used to keep all track of it on a little handy calendar that I would keep in the barn. Now I have to have an Excel spreadsheet on my phone that I input all the dates on, and it will calculate all the kidding seasons.
Well, now, you mentioned earlier about registering your animals. Tell me why that's important.
One is for the betterment of the dairy goat industry. The American Dairy Goat Association keeps track of the history of each one of the goats that are born in the United States. And for showing, for pedigree, for lineage, they go through the same process that cows do for linear appraisal. We are, or can, do the DHI, Dairy Herd Improvement Registry, where you actually measure the milk, the butter, fats, the solids over a period of time, not just the lactation of each individual animal, but the entire family of animals. So people can make better breeding choices based on the type of stock they bring in. Kind of like you do with bulls, and in the dairy cow industry, is they are selecting the sire for the best outcome. If they have a trait that they're trying to work on, say they need more prominent, wider chests, so you bring them in a bull that has been typically known to give that type of thing to their offspring, so you're breeding a better animal. And to do that, each animal has to be designated with some kind of number. So the American Dairy Goat Industry assigns them a registration number that is unique to them for their entire lives. They're tattooed with an identifier for us for being able to identify them, as well as just knowing who they are. And so we show them. We want them to showcase those. So when we do sell offspring, we sell them to show homes that are also looking to better their stock. We used to do the linear appraisal programs and the DHI. We're a little too big and too new to get back into it. It is an expensive process, but it's nice to be able to pick out those lineages.
Well, and you're also wanting to keep those lineages, but also make sure you're not breeding a father to a daughter.
Actually, that's something that you do occasionally. It's not like with humans. There's a kind of a saying, line breeding is doing it when it works, and inbreeding is when it does not. If you're not quite sure of what traits will bring to your herd, you want to do a father-daughter or a mother-son, or sometimes even siblings. They're not bringing in a 50% or a 100% back in. It's only a very slight percentage.
So tell me about all the products that people could get from your farm and where they might get them, and how they can follow you and keep up.
You can follow me on pretty much any social media. We did have a website. They're shut down that, and so we're in transition to building a new website. Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Not so much Twitter, not quite as much Instagram. I'm a Facebooker, I'm learning. And you can get our products here at the gate. You can just text or shoot me a message through one of the social media programs and be able to say, hey, I want this, that, and the other thing, and be able to pick it up at the gate. You can go to the farmers markets. We do the DeLand Artisan Alley Farmers Market. We do Monday night in Audubon Park Community Market that's in the Stardust parking lot on Monday nights. Every other week we are in New Smyrna Beach, and then we will post that we're doing specialty pop-ups. Once a month we do Central 28 Beer Company over in DeBerry. We do a pop-up at Pet Supply Plus for their pet people. We'll bring a product, a lot of raw milk for the dog food people. We do the specialty areas. We did the Longwood Art Show in their food system. We do the Blueberry Art Festival right here in Mount Dora. That's a big hit because we source our blueberries locally through Atwood Farms. And that's one of the other things that we do with our cheeses, as many local products as we can to support other farmers. We do. We source our bacon locally in Lake County. We source our honey from Lake County. We source our blueberries here from Lake County. We're looking for our herbs. A lot of herbs we get is from Seminole Springs, that's right around the corner. She's less than 2 miles away, that grows the herbs for our cheeses. So we try to support as much as we can, keep everything fresh and as we possibly can. When we do some of our harder cheeses, I want to partner with some of the wineries that are around here for the grape leaves and for doing some of the wine rubbed cheeses that we plan on doing in the future, and keep it all local and healthy and wonderful for all the other farmers as well as ourselves.
you guys the TV guys?
Yeah, what's up?
If we would have class 1 of the market class, please come over here to the side room to get started. And we'll resume with our market show. Again, there will be some random testing done in these market shows. For class number 1, the third place exhibitor will report for testing. In class 3, second place exhibitor. And class 4 will be our 5th place exhibitor. Will be subject to our random testing. And then our overall and our reserve will report to the East End for testing afterwards. We'd like to welcome you back here to the show. Our judge today is Mr. Phil Myers of South Vienna, Ohio, who attended Black Hawk East. He is a 2005 graduate of Western Illinois University. Phil grew up in 4-H and FFA showing market hogs and pulled Dorset sheep. 2001, the family bought their first boar goats and began to transition the family livestock operation. He has been certified in boar goat judging since 2005, first with the IBGA and then the ABGA. He judged both the Junior and Open IBGA Nationals in 2019 and judged the ABGA Junior Nationals, followed by the 2021 Open National Show. Today, Phil continues to raise boars and boar cross goats with his wife, twin daughters, and son. I'd like to welcome our judge today, Mr. Phil Myers. We'll get started with class number 1 of our market class here momentarily. All exhibitors will make their way over. We'll get going with class number 1. I'd like to remind you there's a sponsorship for today's show. The money payout provided by Russell Sutherland of Sutherland Boar Goats in Holly, Texas. And Flat Rock Reproduction Services, Ron and Debbie Billy in Stillwater, Oklahoma. Payouts done for the top 6 of these classes. And thank you to those sponsors. like to thank Backyard Green Films for being our ABGA National Show Grand Island YouTube channel provider, presented as a live sporting event. There will be banner ads and commercial breaks and interviews shown throughout the event. Please see the advertising rates if you would like to help support this exciting event and future exciting events. And we're very happy to have Backyard Green Films being our live stream YouTube provider. In the ring right now is class number 1 of the market go division. These are the lightweights, ranging from 37 to 48.5 pounds.
Really nice way to start off our junior market goat show here. I think a very competitive top pair between these two that are similar in frame size and kind of where they're at along that growth curve. The unique difference between 1 and 2 to me is at the top side of their shoulder. The young lady's goat, I think, is just much more neatly assembled through the front 1/3 of his skeleton. He ties in better at the top side of his shoulder. You really see that when they're set in motion. He maintains a more natural look in terms of his lines and balance. I think he handles exceptionally well from their back. Just a really complete kind of an animal to step out and win his class. Young man's goat in second, I think, is one that hits you really hard for his muscle and power at this stage of growth and maturity. I think at the stand, you get a really good look at him and all the width and power that he has. You set him in motion and you realize just how kind of upright he is. His shoulder doesn't really reach and flex out of that front end the way that our class stringer does. Need to free him up structure-wise in order for him to be more competitive for the top spot. I think the close pair comes here in 3 and 4, and I think those that are similar in that they're both quite a ways away from their natural endpoint. I think the young man's goat that ends up in 3 gives you just a bit more as you get around behind him as he works back up through the inner portion of his leg and twist. I think he's more filled out at this stage of the game. I think he's a little bit better in terms of his just overall muscularity, and I think he needs to get into the 3 hole. The young man's goat here in 4, I think, is one that handles with a little bit more shape and athleticism down his top line. One that as you get around behind him starts to narrow up at his pin bones and just kind of taper from there down. He's got a long ways to go before he's finished though, and so I think he's certainly got some more time to really fill out that frame. A good looking animal from the side in the way that he ties together and profiles. And then the young lady's got a really big frame of weather here. It's just really green at this point. He's got to have more days on feed in order to fill out that frame. I think what's there in terms of structure is very good. I like his ease of motion. Just want to power him up some in this class. Congratulations to those 5 exhibitors.
Congratulations to our exhibitors. In class number 1, the lightweight division, coming in 5th place was Tyler Downs. 4th place goes to Aiden Bartholomew. 3rd place was taken by James Clayton Orman. 2nd place goes to Knox Logan. And our 1st place exhibitor of the lightweight class number 1 is Harley Jacobson. Now entering the ring will be class 2 of the lightweight division. And the ring right now is class number 2, the lightweight division. Reaching weight ranges from 50 to 59.5 pounds. Also, we remind our beef goat evaluation participants, please turn in your record books to the office. Prior to the show, these record books need to begin very, very soon. Record book evaluation will begin directly after the show. Our top 5 exhibitors will get a photo op with Pearl's Pick, the official show photographer of the ABGA National Show. For individual photo opportunities, you may see her booth in the sheep barn on the east side of that building. As a reminder, also tomorrow, our silent auction opens. It will end at 6 p.m. on Tuesday. Also starting tomorrow is our Junior ABGA National Invitation Sale Preview video. That will be at 5 p.m. And at 7 p.m. that online sale will open on GoPromoter.com. That sale will end at 7 p.m. the following night on Tuesday, June 14th at 7 p.m. on GoPromoter.com, as well as the silent auction will be closing at 6 p.m. on location. Following our market show today will be the Meat Goat Evaluation Show. Rounding out today's shows will be the Commercial Dough Show. From 3 to 6 p.m. today will be the Junior ABGA Sales Talk Competition. Still working on class number 2, second class of the lightweight division.
Had to make a little pit stop here and fix our equipment, and that's okay. Wanted to get this one fixed up as best as we could be so that he'll walk, because when he gets out and goes, really generates a nice smooth motion for the young lady. And at the stand, you already know that he's the widest and most powerful, both at the ground and across his top. That one comes out of the backside of his shoulder with the most spread in dimension. And so once we got our equipment fixed there and we were able to get him out and motor, he certainly needs to win and do so rather handily in my mind. The young man's paint look that comes next, I think, is one that's really slick and cool in his look. He's really up front and he's really tucked up in that chest floor. My problem with him is when you get him out in motion, he doesn't really flex his drive and pull himself along out of that front end. He's really straightening his knee and just needs to have some more flex and give out of that front end in order to motor around the ring with a little bit more ease and motion in order to suit me. Young man's black-headed goatee comes next. I think one that's really good in his rib shape. That's why he needs to go to 4. I think in that center skeleton just pulls away from his spine with much more shape and sweep to his rib. Really like him in that regard. To me, he's a little bit softer and plainer in his shape than the 2 ahead of him, but certainly think he fits nicely into that 3-hole. Young man's got a goat here that handles with a little bit more shape and just gives you a little bit more muscle expression. To me, he's one that gets a little bit plainer and flatter as you get right in on top of him compared to a couple ahead of him. I like to just give him a little bit more genuine openness to his forerib and then back into his center skeleton. But I think one that certainly handles with some touch and some tone on top. We come to the young man's goat here next. It's really big in its kind, really extended up through that front end. One that, again, needs some more days on feed just in order to catch up and fill out. That's one that gets just a little bit easier at his top. But I think if you want to make a big, extended, and lean, that's certainly one that does so rather well. Young person's goat that comes next is one that kind of reminds me of that black-headed goat that we had up there in the 3-hole. I like some rib, I like some dimension in him. Big-footed, stout bone, just quite a bit softer in his handle and a little bit cleaner in his muscle shape compared to those ahead of him in class today. That can come with some feed and some exercise, just getting a little bit more shape into that one as he gets a little bit further along. And then the young lady's goat. Again, I like the structure in this one. Gets out and goes with a lot of fluidity. To me, that's one that's just got to be powered up quite a bit, give him a little bit more in the seat of his pants and across his top. And if we can make that one stouter, I think it's certainly got the frame and the design to go up a little bit higher. Congratulations to all of our Class 2 exhibitors.
Congratulations to our Class 2 exhibitors. Coming in 5th place was James Clayton Orman. 4th place goes to Luke Hanna. 3rd place will go to J.C. Bratt. 2nd place will go to Will Pointer. And 1st place of our Class number 2 exhibitors is Kimber Nussbaum. Congratulations to Class 2. Now entering the ring soon will be Class number 3. This will be the first of the 2 medium weight market goat classes. In the ring right now is our finalists from classes 1 and 2 of our lightweight division.
I think really close decision out here, and there's some things to talk about. The Class 1 winner comes back, and I think certainly has the advantage in terms of his front end assembly. Just like he did in class, when you compare him to the other class winner, this is one that's more laid back at the angle to his shoulder. He's neater and tighter in his blade. He works plenty of shape and turn from there back into his hip. Does he have quite as much as you get around behind him to the lower and inner portion of his leg? Probably not when you compare him to that Class 2 winner. That's really, to me, the small difference between those two is maybe this guy up here, a little bit better in the front 1/3 of his skeleton. The young lady's paint goat that wins Class 2, probably a little bit further along in terms of growth and maturity. You can read him through his head and neck as just being a little bit further along. He does get just a little bit squarer and cleaner about that front end, but I think when you work around behind him, there's just so much structural width. There's a lot more mass and power and considerable amount more muscle as you get it around into that twist and lower portion of his leg. I think it's close, but the young lady here out of Class 2 is going to be your division champion. The young lady out of Class 1 will be reserved. Congratulations.
Our champion of class number 1 goes to Kimber Nussbaum. Reserve will go to Harley Jacobson. At the conclusion of the show today, approximately 6 p.m., Solid Supply will offer a fitting demonstration. Solid Supply offering a fitting demonstration at the conclusion of today's shows. Now entering the ring is our first class. This is class number 3 of the medium weight division. First class of the medium weight division. This is class number 3. You are watching class number 3. It's the first of our medium weight division. This is class number 3 in the ring right now.
really close pair at the top of this class. For me, the young lady's goat that I'm going to start off with, maybe not presented in just 12 o'clock hair. We may be in between shows where we're wanting to leave it just a little bit longer so we can get a good shear here in a few weeks. And so he's a little harder to evaluate, but when you get your hands on him, he's all there. He's the one that's the boldest about his rack, the deepest and squarest in his loin, leaves you with the most shape and dimension from behind. It does so, I think, in a relatively fault-free frame. Yes, you can square him up on the back end just a shade, but to me, I think one that moves free and easy enough to go ahead and use him. The young lady's goat in second is the other really wide, powerfully built one, particularly at the ground. I think that one excels the remainder of the class in terms of his structural width. That's why he needs to get up here. Now, why does he stand second to the one that wins? He's not quite as neatly assembled about his shoulder when we get him on the move. He wants to come approach just to behind those blades ever so slightly. I think it's a small difference that sorts the pair because both of them are big, powerful kind of goats that I think are getting towards our 12 o'clock in terms of cover and condition and finish. I think both of those goats are really good. The young lady's goat that comes here in third, I think one that's good in his fundamental design. I like him over the goat in fourth just in terms of his rack shape and his dimension. I think he's more genuine coming out of the backside of his shoulder, and that's why I moved him up over the young man's goat here in four. I like the goat that the young man has here in four in terms of his foot size and his bone work. At the ground, he meets the surface just on a tremendous amount of foot and bone, big skeleton kind of a goat. He's not as good on the top side as he is at the ground. He's one that when you get your hands on him, he just starts to get a little bit more peaked into his rack. I like to hold him up and just stout him all the way down his top line. Young lady's goat that comes next, I think gets there just in terms of being a functional, good kind of a goat that's good in his composition. I think in terms of muscle lean, he's really good. He's a high gut building goat with some genuine muscle. He's maybe not quite as flashy as a few ahead of him. The one that I think is just good in his fundamental design and needs to get into that top five. The young man in the red, I really like the front two-thirds of that goat. I think he's streamlined, I think he's attractive. The problem is he starts to get just a little bit funneled from there back. He wants to get a little bit narrower at the ground compared to those ahead of him. I think if we make him wider at the ground and more powerful, he can certainly compete from a profile standpoint. Young man's goat here again, I really like the front end of this goat. I think you do a tremendous job of getting him assembled and giving him a good look on the profile. The problem is from his rear flank back to his hip and hind leg, there's just not enough there. He's got to be powered up and just have some more muscle in through the lower and inner portion of his leg. But again, I really like the look and lines and balance of that goat from the side. As we work into our bottom three here, again, these are goats that I think are good in terms of their structure and their balance from a profile standpoint. Got to make them wider and more powerful, both at the ground and on the top side of their skeleton. Just stout them up quite a bit. But I think everybody in this class is certainly deserving of a nice round of applause. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our junior exhibitors for the medium weight division class number 3. Fifth place goes to Macy Young. Fourth place will go to Hayden Bartholomew. Third place will go to Adeline Rupeo. Second place goes to Boston Stapleton. And first place will go to Harley Oswood. Our random testing for class number 4 will be the 5th place animal. Class number 4 will be 5th place, going to random testing. Entering right now will be class number 4 of our market goat division. Class number 4. Conclusion of our market show today, we'll go into our meat goat evaluation. In the ring right now is class number 4, our medium weights of the market goat division. big thanks today goes to some of our ringside banner sponsors, including Clear Creek Farms, Lucky J Family Goats, Wildwood Farm, Shepherd Creek Ranch, and Stewart Show Goats, Paint Creek Show Goats, Susan and Frank Berger with the Interstate Boar Goats Association, Breezy Acre Boar Goats, and Carlson's Pine Crest, and M7 Mount Madonna Boar Goats, Dust Devil Ranch, Fun and Spinning and Photography, and Lucky Farms, some of our ringside banner sponsors. Thank you to those sponsors. our junior ABGA sales talk competition will start at 3 o'clock today. We will announce the location just before that contest. Again, that is the junior ABGA sales talk competition that will start at 3 p.m. this afternoon and will go until 6 p.m. In the ring right now is class number 4 of our market goat division. Class number 4, the medium weights.
I think there's 2 goats that work their way to the top as soon as they hit the ring, and just as easily as they sort themselves, I think you can get the top goat up here by himself, even another step further, because that's one that's just really good looking from the side. I think his main advantage over the paint goat is that he's more uniform in his underpinning. That allows him to be more balanced from a profile standpoint, and you pack that kind of muscle and power and structural width into one that is that good looking. As long as he's sound, he's going to go a long way. He's certainly sound enough. The young lady's paint goat, one that gives you just a notch more rib, to me that maybe takes away from him. Maybe he's got just a little extra fill in him today, or right now at least. I don't think he's quite as well balanced through the center third of his skeleton as our class winner, but that's another one that's really big on top, really big footed and shaggy legged. I think that's another one that's really powerful in his overall design. Just kind of ran into a buzzsaw in this particular class. The young ladies go here in 3. I think is one that's a good bit more genuine in terms of his handle. I like him coming out of the backside of his shoulder better than our goats that stand here in 4 and 5. I think that's one that's really good in terms of his overall functionality and cuttability, in terms of being a real world goat, and yet still having some look and lines and balance. I think that goat in 3rd is pretty good. The young ladies goat that comes here next, one that's maybe a little bit softer and plainer in his handle compared to the top 3 in this class. Take nothing away from him, because if you just evaluate him as an individual, there's still a tremendous amount of squareness and shapeliness down his rack and loin, just as an individual. But when you put him next to those goats ahead of him, he just kind of gets overpowered in this particular drive. The young lady's goat that comes next here, the young lady in the green shirt, I think that's one that has some really nice pieces. He maybe doesn't fit together quite as well in terms of the totals goat as those ahead of him in the class today. He's one that's really good and shapely at parts of his top line, but then you get back there to his hip loin junction and he wants to pinch in a little bit, then he wants to pinch in again with his pin bone. Just want to keep him wider overall from his hooks all the way back through his hip, but one that I think has some really good pieces. Young man in the blue there, that goat handles better than he looks. That's one that's got some width and power when you put your hands to his top line to maybe step back off of him. If that young man doesn't have him braced up and just exactly right, he's one that gets pretty high and cut up in his flank, just kind of throws him off balance. I wish he were better looking from the side to go with all that spread that he works down his top line. Young man's red goat, I think, is one that can give you a pretty good look at times. To me, it's maybe the most disappointing to this point in terms of his handle. He's a little bit softer and plainer, maybe started to melt just a little bit. I think visually a nice goat, just want to make him a little bit more genuine in terms of his handle. Young man's goat that comes next here, I think the front 2/3 is really good in terms of functionality and build. I think from his hooks back, we've got to make him stouter and more powerful as we get around behind you. That's a bigger deal as we work into these lightweights, maybe than I made in the lightweight division. I think when we get into these middleweight classes, you've got to have that mass and power to match the front end of your skeleton at this stage of the growth curve. And then the young ladies go here, again, nice individual in terms of structural correctness. I think he's one that moves out pretty easy, just gets overpowered in this particular drive, but a nice job by all those exhibitors. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Our results for the second show of the medium weight division. This is class number 4. In 5th place is Bailey Hannah. In 4th place is Brecca Berger. 3rd place goes to Cameron Shelton. 2nd place goes to Michaela Morris. And our first exhibitor of class number 4, the second of the medium weight division, is Nolan Ho. Right now is the drive for the medium weight division.
really good goats out here, and so 2 of them are going to get left standing, and then they're going to go home without a banner, and that's a shame because this is just a particularly good division where 4 really outstanding ones ended up in the same division together. And so to me, take nothing away from this that you're going to hang your head on or be upset about, because these all 4 are really good, and they've got other places that they can go and hang some banners yet this summer. None of them are finished or over finished, and so certainly a lot of future in all 4 of these. To me, when we break them apart, I think there's a pair of goats that fit together rather nicely in my mind. Goats that are structurally correct at the ground, they travel well, they're big on top, they're powerful, and really you could use those terms to describe all 4 of them, but when you start getting nitpicky and talking about specific places and say, you know, the one that's the biggest in his rack, the boldest about his forerib, the stoutest and squarest in his loin edge, that narrows it down a little bit. And so I think there's a really nice pair of goats here. I'm not going to split them up. I'm going to use the 2 heavier goats out of this. Your young man's going to be division champion, young lady's going to be reserve. Congratulations.
Our drive of the medium weight division, second place reserve goes to Michaela Morris, and first place goes to Nolan Hogue. Congratulations to those 2 exhibitors. Next in the ring will be class number 5 of the heavyweight division. All class number 5 exhibitors, please report to the side of the ring for the heavyweight division. Class number 5. This is the first class of the heavyweight division. Our Judge Phil Myers residing. This is class number 5. First class of the heavyweight division, now in the ring. Our class number 6 exhibitors can report to the side of the ring. For those of you who would like to view our silent auction items, those are the ones you can scan and bid on GoPromoter.com. So scan any one of those items and view the numerous items that we have to offer in the Junior ABGA funds on GoPromoter.com. The silent auction opens tomorrow at 8 a.m. and it will close at 6 p.m. on Tuesday. Also, another reminder of our Junior ABGA National Invitation sale. The preview video will be done at 5 p.m. tomorrow evening. And that sale will open on GoPromoter.com starting at 7 p.m. Tomorrow evening, that sale will conclude at 7 p.m. going into extended bidding for our Junior ABGA National Invitation Online Sale, again on GoPromoter.com. Also, the silent auction will close at 6 p.m. on Tuesday evening as well. Once again, our Junior ABGA Sales Talk competition will start in 1 hour. It's at 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. today. Our location will be determined. We will announce that before the beginning of that contest. Our meat goat evaluation class, those class breaks have been posted on the west side of the 5 Points Bank Arena on the rail. If you'd like to see which one of the classes, our breakdowns are posted on the west side of the arena here in the 5 Points Bank Arena Pavilion. Also on each end of the cattle in the sheep barn, those classes, the breakdowns are posted on both the east and the west side of the cattle barn and the sheep barn. Those commercial goat classes are also posted in the cattle and the sheep barn. Our commercial goat class will begin at the conclusion of the meat goat evaluation show, which will begin next after the conclusion of this market goat show. Now in the ring is class number 5, the first of the heavyweight division of the market goat class.
Another class where these two hit you really hard as soon as they enter the ring, and then you've got some decisions to make, because a couple of classes ago it was easy to get those two up there, and then it was easier to sort that pair. It's not as easy in this class to sort these two because they've got some different advantages over one another, and it really comes down to structural, which end of the skeleton you're going to prioritize. In this particular case, the goat that's better structured up front is going to win, even though I normally place my emphasis on structure on the back end. I think this goat is just so much better assembled through his shoulder, his forearm, his neck, the way that his neck ties into the front side of his shoulder, way up there on the skeleton, I think he's just smoother built. I'd like to fix him on those rear pasterns. He gets pretty soft there, but to me, he's so much better on the front end than our goat end second. Our goat end second rivals our class winner in terms of mass and power, bone work, stoutness of structure. To me, he's one that gets a little bit sounder out of his back end compared to our class winner. Problem is on the front end. He gets a little bit deeper and plainer about his shoulder. He doesn't have the reach and flex of our class winner. He's just not nearly as neat through the front 1/3 of his skeleton as our class winner is today. That's a fun pair to step back and evaluate. Young man's goat in third, I think, is one that rivals those two in terms of sheer spread. He doesn't have quite the shapeliness and athletic, aggressive handle when you get in on top of him. He's one that works a lot of volume of muscle, but maybe need to clean him up in terms of the shape and handle that he has. Then I think we've really got something. Maybe relax him in his shoulder just a little bit and give him a little bit more angle there. But I think that's one that's pretty good. Just ran into a really tough class. Young lady's got a paint over here that's a little off type. To me, this is one that's really green, even for a heavyweight. He's a little bit shallower bodied. I think that works to his disadvantage today. I'd like to body him down in order to give him some more mass and make him a little bit more competitive, but gives you a nice profile. Young man's black-headed goat here, I think there's one that has some really nice pieces to him. To me, when I get in and handle him, he's a little bit plainer and flatter about his rib shape compared to the very top end of this class. I think in terms of overall width and thickness, he's good. Again, we need to build some more shape in there in some places, but a goat is just not quite as consistent all the way through as some of those that place ahead of him. We've got a pair of goats that come next here, I think are good in their fundamental design in terms of making them big and growthy and extended. I really appreciate that. I think those are easy feeding goats that you can certainly put a lot of weight onto and keep them sound and functional. They're maybe not quite as expressive in their muscle pattern or aggressive in their handle as those ahead of them in class today, but I think those two are awfully nice in their fundamental build at the ground. And then the young lady's goat that's going to round it out just a little bit softer and plainer in terms of overall muscle pattern, but again, good in structural correctness. We can always use those kind. Just one that gets overpowered a little bit today, but a really nice job by all of our exhibitors in this first heavyweight class.
Congratulations to the exhibitors of the first heavyweight class, class number 5. 5th place goes to Lawson Brown. 4th place will go to Anemia Weissness. 3rd place, Brandon Howard. 2nd place goes to Matthew Westfall. And our first exhibitor goes to Nolan Ho. That is class number 5 of the heavyweight division, first of the heavyweight classes. Now entering the ring is class number 2 of the heavyweight class. This is class number 6, our heavyweight market goat division. These goats will range from 90 pounds to 107 pounds. Another big thanks going up to our ringside banner sponsors, Crazy T Ranch, Blue Game Ranch, Cactus Boar Goats, and KT Boar Goats. Also, Ken Hollow Boar Goats and Fitzwater Crosscut Farm. Clear Creek Farm LLC, 2M Boar Goats Crew, SAKB Boar Goats, Westfall Boar Goats and Ag Pros, Able Acres, Amaruja Boar Goats, 2MS Boar Goats, and the Deffenbach family. And Colbert Family Farm, those are ringside banner sponsors. Thank you to those sponsors. Again, this is our final class of the market goats. This is class number 6, the second of our heavyweight class in the ring right now. Judge Phil Myers presiding. Welcome to those of you following us on our ABGA YouTube channel, brought to you by Backyard Green Films, the official provider of our ABGA YouTube channel. At the conclusion of this market goat, at the conclusion of the market goat drive, we will go into our carcass meat goat evaluation class, followed by commercial does.
I think a pretty unique creature to start the class off with. One that has gotten to this heavy a weight and yet remains fresh in his handle, fresh in his look. If you can ignore his head, his handle actually reads to be quite a bit fresher than what you would expect one of this size, this weight, and this time of year. When you get past that, that's the one that's the biggest back, the stoutest, and just most powerful in terms of the top side of the skeleton. He works the most spread and dimension from the top of his shoulder back. I think my only question was, is he going to be fresh enough? I think he certainly is. He's going to win in class. Young man that's comes in second. Another one that hits you really hard in terms of squareness of design, width and power. I think the big difference between him and the goat in third is this guy's so much better balanced. I really like him, and the softness of flank compared to our goat in 3. I think that's another one that's really good in his build. Just runs into a pretty powerful goat to start off with. As I alluded to, in 3, here's one that's really good in terms of muscularity. Maybe handles with just a little bit more width than his loin edge than our goat in second. I think the difference is when you step off and view it from the side, it doesn't give you the same lines and balance and collected look that you see in the top 2 of this class. But again, one from a cutability standpoint, if you're just going to talk about sheer muscle and power, he certainly fits the bill. Young ladies go here in 4, one that's a little bit deceptive. I first saw him come in and I thought, well, there's one that's going to be pretty stale. You get your hands on him and you're pleasantly surprised at how fresh he has remained. He's not quite as good in his look and lines and balance as the 3 ahead of him in class today. But again, I appreciate that the young lady has gotten to this weight at this stage of the game and kept him that fresh. Just runs out of look and balance from a profile standpoint compared to or 3 ahead of him. And then the young ladies go here in 5. I think one that maybe is probably past that ideal endpoint, starting to get a little bit softer and plainer in terms of muscle shape. The one again at the ground is certainly good-footed and sounding functional. Just maybe want to freshen that one up, maybe get him to his endpoint a little bit sooner from a calendar standpoint, because I think he's probably past that today. Congratulations to our heavyweight goat exhibitors. Really nice class.
Our results of class number 6. 5th place goes to Chloe Feathers. 4th place goes to Jamie Young. 3rd place, Clara Risness. 2nd place was Matthew Westfall, and our 1st place exhibitor was Sandra Cleaner. We will now have our heavyweight division drive. Heavyweight division drive in the ring at this time. In the ring right now is our heavyweight division drive. Again, following this class, we'll go into the market meat goat evaluation class.
I think it's always important to keep a frame of reference in mind and understand that, different parts of the country you show livestock a little bit differently and select them for a different purpose. And, as a Midwesterner in Ohio, we typically have them younger and are showing at 6 to 9 months of age. And if you tell that to a Texan or an Okie, they will look at you and shake their head and move on, or say bless your heart or something like that, because they do it a little bit differently. And so you just have to understand that for a Midwesterner to come in and look at a goat that comes out of that heavyweight class and say, boy, that freshness and that power, and is he fresh enough, is he too old? Those are the kind of things that I have to wrap my head around as we talk about a national show and bringing them in from different regions of the country, that it just takes a little bit of moving your mind around and saying, this is kind of normal for this part of the country, and so we got to accept that. And I think if you just break them apart and say, what does that goat handle like at this age and weight and stage of maturity? Boy, he's really good. He's still clean over his rib. He's not popping up in that chine bone in between those shoulder blades. He's fresh in his handle. He's powerful all the way through. I think to me, he's one that is just really a unique creature compared to what I would normally see. Then we've got this other lightweight goat here, lighter in the heavyweight division, one that's probably even fresher in his handle, really crisp along his loin edge, like the way that he handles in terms of his aggressiveness on his top side of his skeleton. Just a really powerfully built goat as well. As I mentioned in class, that lighter goat is one that concerns me just a little bit on those root pasterns. And then we've got this other goat back here that's just a little bit more unique in his build, one that's a little bit sounder in his feet and legs. I'm going to use the big goat for the division champion. I'm going to use the other first place for the reserve. Congratulations.
exhibitor of the heavyweight division goes to Sandra Clayton. Our reserve champion of the heavyweight division goes to Nolan Hogue. We don't have the drive of the market goat division at this time. At the conclusion of our market goat drive, our overall and reserve in that class will report to the east side of the arena for our random testing. And the ring right now is our grand drive of the market goat division. 6 in the market goat category will be awarded prize money. There's a $5,000 added purse sponsored to the top 6 placers of the market goat category. Our sponsors are Russell Sutherland of Sutherland Border Goats in Holly, Texas, and Flat Rock Reproduction Services, Ron and Debbie Dilly of Stillwater, Oklahoma. And thank you to those sponsors. And a $5,000 added purse to the top 6 placers of this market goat category. Ladies and gentlemen, here in the ring right now choosing our overall and reserve champions of the market goat category are Judge Phil Myers residing.
Before I get into breaking these down, I will ask, can we put our hands together for our sponsors in this market goat show one time? Makes money to do everything, and so without those folks, their generous donations, this thing doesn't go off as well and doesn't bring in as many good goats as we've seen today. So I appreciate their sponsorship because they brought in some good ones for me to look at. It's always more fun to judge good goats than mediocre goats. Speaking of which, we got some really good ones out here. We're going to place them 1 through 6, and we've got money for all 6, and so I'm going to talk you through a little bit of stream of consciousness as I view them. We've got a pair of lightweights here that I think are really, really good for lightweights. We're not in the cattle industry where we have a defined kind of weight range where we have to pick our champions from. You can pick a champion that weighs 60 pounds if he's the best one. Happens to be that these 2 are really good, but they're going to get overpowered here in this particular drive because of how good the middle and heavyweights are. We've got middleweight goats that I thought paired up rather nicely in class and in division. The young man's goat there, I think, is one that as soon as he hit the ring, I thought, well, we've got one that's at least going to be a contender later on down the road. Don't know if he's going to win it all, but he's got a whole lot of good pieces to him in a really smooth, well-balanced package. I think he's athletic in his build. If I'm going to get super, super critical, he's got that big jump muscle back there that makes him appear to be just a notch shorter and steeper out of his hip, maybe even more so than he actually is. But one that I think if you want to get ultra critical, doesn't always point north and south with his toes when he's going north and south, but those are really, really small critiques of a really good goat. I've already spent too much time talking about the big goat that comes next, and as a Midwesterner, how it's hard for me to wrap my head around that, but when I just step back and evaluate him, that's a good goat that's probably always been a good goat, and just happens to be a little bit older and bigger now, and so that's maybe even more impressive that we have kept the kind of structure in that one that the young lady has, and that he's maintained all that up to this stage. He still handles fresh, he's powerful, and for a big goat, he's still proportioned exceptionally well. I think when you get your hands on him and evaluate how much hind saddle he has, that's one that's really, really impressive when you get your hands on him as well. The reserves over there, I think, are really good, have a lot of nice pieces, but it comes down to kind of a 2-horse race. To me, the most complete goat that I've been able to study visually today and put my hands on is going to be the young lady out of a heavyweight division for your champion. Congratulations. No secret where I'm going to go next in with another really outstanding goat. This young lady's going to have your reserve overall. Congratulations. We start pulling those over in order to fill out our top 6. I think it's really close between our 2 reserves here. To me, the traditional goat is one that just gives you a notch more power and width all the way through. He's going to be 3rd overall. Congratulations. I'm going to follow him up with a really good paint goat here. And then our lightweight division, young ladies, you're going to be 5th overall. Congratulations. Young ladies, 6th overall. Wonderful goat show. Congratulations to everybody.
Congratulations to our ABGA junior exhibitors in the market goat competition. Our grand champion of the market goat division was shown by Nolan Code. carcass meat goat evaluation class will follow the results of this market goat class. Our carcass meat goat evaluation exhibitors, please report to the staging area behind the ring. Stay tuned, we're trying to get the correct results. Our grand and reserve of the goat competition. Our reserve exhibitor for the junior market goat class was Ellen Hogue, and our overall exhibitor was Sandra Klinger. Congratulations to those exhibitors in the market goat class of the junior ABGA. We will now start our meat goat evaluation class. Our junior ABGA National Meat Goat Evaluation Show. This is the first of this kind here at this national show, and it is as follows. This is a slaughter terminal event. All animals must still have their milk teeth at the time of the show. The participation for the junior ABGA National Meat Goat Evaluation Show is limited to the junior members only. Bucks, does, and rudders, registered or unregistered, may be exhibited. Bucks and does exhibited in the carcass show are not permitted to be exhibited in the ABGA or junior ABGA section show. These animals may be bathed, but they will not be fitted. All participants must compete in 3 categories, including show ring evaluation class, record book, and carcass evaluation class. Show ring evaluation class will be divided evenly into 3 divisions by weight, via light, medium, and heavy. Record book, all participants must use an official record book, which those forms were available on the ABGA website under the 2022 National Show. The carcass evaluation class, the top 5 placing animals of each market show weight division will be graded on the rail. The top 15 animals will be eligible for this class. All goats must have a legible tattoo or scraping tag in place and match the health certificate at the time of the show. There is a payout breakdown for this class. The market price plus class, the lightweight division, first place will receive a cash prize of $250. Second place will receive $200. Third, $150. Fourth, $150. Those breakdowns will go through the lightweight, medium, and heavyweight and carcass evaluation division. The record book division will cash prizes will be awarded. First place $750, second place $700, third place $650, fourth place $600, fifth will receive $550, sixth will receive $500, seventh $450, eighth $400, 350 to 9th. 10th will receive 300. 11th will receive 250. 12th place will receive $200. 13th, 150. 14th place will receive 100. And 15th will receive $50. The grand overall prizes for ring, show ring evaluation, record book and carcass evaluation class, the grand overall prize is $2,500. Reserve overall will be $1,500. Grand and reserve overall will be determined by the National NGB score sheet scores. In the ring right now is the lightweight division of the meat goat evaluation show. At the conclusion of these meat goat evaluation exhibitions, the exhibitors will have to report to the office for the record book evaluations. Please have your record books on hand and report to the office after the exhibits of the light, medium, and heavyweight divisions of this carcass class. Junior ABGA Sales Talk exhibit will be going from 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. this evening. Our seniors will be the entryway of the sheep barn. Juniors and intermediate will be the entryway of the cattle barn. That is our sales talk exhibit, Junior ABGA Sales Talk, starting at 3 p.m. Our judge of the day right now is Miss Alyssa Dugan from Ruminant, Texas. During her second year into ABGA judging. And this is the lightweight division of the lead goat evaluation class.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm super excited to be here to judge this very first meat goat evaluation event here at our national show. I visited with these kids a little bit. I really think that this is an important part and a great learning opportunity for all of us. At the end of the day, these are all meat goats. Boar goats are meat goats, regardless of registration or commercial or whatever they're involved in. At the end of the day, they're meat goat. And I think that it's important for all of us to know what makes a good one and how to be more profitable within our own breeding programs on our byproducts. I'm going to start with the young man's little doe here up front. I think when you just really put your hands on her and evaluate her, I think she's the deepest loin and has the biggest rear leg of anything out here. No, we're not evaluating them apples to apples because the lightest weight one isn't going to have as big of a rear leg as the heaviest one. But for me, this goat out here puts it together the best. She's deep in that loin. She's big in that loin eye, and I just really appreciate all of that about her. The young man's little wether that's going to come out here next. One that I think gives up a little bit of depth in that rear leg. He gives up a little bit of that inner rear leg or inner stifle muscle compared to the one that I'm going to use to win the class. The young man's little dapple-headed goat that's going to come out here next, one that I think's got some mass, some muscle, and some meat for her skeletal size, but I just don't think that she carries that meat quite the same, quite as lower down in that rear leg, and quite as deep through that loin. The young lady's little doe that's going to come out here next, one that I think is just kind of pretty green in her condition. You get your hands on her, and I think she's the flattest through that loin and the shallowest compared to those that stand ahead of her. The little doe that's going to round out this first class out here, one that I think she's really cool when you look at her from the profile, but we're looking at meat when we get them out here. And I think when you stand right directly behind her, she doesn't carry that meat nearly as low and have nearly as big of a rear leg as those that stood ahead of her. Let's give all of these kids a big round of applause. Congratulations to all of you.
Congratulations to the exhibitors in our lightweight class of the meat goat evaluation. 5th place goes to Bailey Lamb. 4th place goes to Harry Spearnut-Tibbs. 3rd is Dakota Whip-Higgins. 2nd is Colton Westfall. And 1st place was Wyatt Stevens of the lightweight class of the meat goat evaluation. Entering right now is the medium weight class of our Carcass meat goat evaluation show. It's a quick reminder to some of our sponsors and our miscellaneous banners. Our show sponsors in part with Reed Burris. Also show sponsor in part with Chicken Meat Farms. Also, another show banner sponsor, Thomas Smith, JLG Enterprises, Bootjack Boars, Triple W Genetics. Triple W Genetics is also the sponsor of our holding area. Our awards banquet will be held on Wednesday evening, and that is sponsored by Kimmer Auctioneers. You're watching the medium weight division of our meat goat evaluation. Next in the ring will be our exhibitors of the heavyweight division of our meat goat evaluation class. And thank you again to Will Peck, the official photographer of the ABGA National Show. Please visit Will's Peck's booth in the sheep barn located on the west side. Get your individual show picks of this year's 2022 Junior ABGA National Show. Top 5 of each division will go to the backdrop for a photo op. For those of you watching online, it has been brought to you by Backyard Green Films on our ABGA YouTube channel. For those of you who have family members, sponsors, or fans that cannot watch or be here at the ABGA National Show in person, make sure to tell them to tune in to our ABGA YouTube channel brought to you by Backyard Green Films that will be broadcast from the 11th through the 17th. Also, please see their advertising rates if you'd like to be an advertising sponsor for this event. And ads, commercial breaks, and interviews throughout the event. So visit Backyard Green Films for that announcement.
Let's give all these exhibitors a big round of applause. I think all 4 of these animals are great examples of a true meat goat. I'm going to start here with this young lady's goat, one that I think when you start to evaluate him, just look at the size of his forearm. That's a really good indication of how much muscle and mass he has covering his skeleton. You get your hands on him and his loin is deep and wide, and that's definitely what we're looking for. Then you go all the way back to his rear leg, and you guys can see just how he's standing there. You can see all that muscle definition. You really get your hands on it. That muscle is big, it's wide, it's deep. and he carries it all the way down through that stifle. Just a lot of muscle for a skeletal size. The young lady's little goat that's going to come out next, one that I think closely matches the class winner, but I think when you really get your hands on them and evaluate them one loin to the next, this goat's a little shallower loin than the goat that's going to stand ahead of it. But two really nice goats to start this class. The young man's goat that's going to come out next, one that I think's got some mass and muscle down that top side, but when you start to evaluate, I don't think this goat has nearly the size of the rear leg that the two that stand ahead of it. The young man's little red goat that's going to round us out, one that I think when you put your hands on him, he's got some shape, he's got some muscle. But I think for his skeletal size, when you really evaluate him, put your hands on that loin down that top side, he's the narrowest and the shallowest loin of everything that's out here. Four really nice goats. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Congratulations to those exhibitors of the medium weight class, the meat goat evaluation class. Fourth place will go to Hayden Brown. Third place goes to Austin Hendrickson. Second place goes to Maddie Boyd. And our first place exhibitor is Cassie Joe Stevens. Again, a reminder of those meat goat exhibitors. Your meat goat evaluation books will be presented at the conclusion of the meat goat evaluation show, and that will take place in the ABGA office. So meet with your ABGA, with your junior ABGA meat goat evaluation books at the end of these classes. So it is 3 p.m. at Signals, the start of our junior ABGA singles top competition with the seniors at the east end of the show of the sheep barn, and our juniors and intermediate in the east side of the cattle barn. Those will be the entrances of those two buildings. That is our junior ABGA sales top competition starting right now. At the conclusion of today's shows, Sullivan Supply Filling demonstration. That will be after the conclusion of the commercial dough show, or approximately 6 p.m. for Sullivan's Supply Fitting demonstration. In the ring right now is our heavyweight division of the meat goat evaluation with our judge, Alyssa Dugan. heavyweight division, the meat goat evaluation class. At the conclusion of that class, the meat goat evaluation exhibitors will have a meat goat evaluation, herd goat evaluation meeting at the conclusion of these evaluation classes. Judges and Melissa Dugan for our meat goat evaluation. There will be a carcass evaluation for these classes, and that will be judged by Mr. Nick Hammond.
Well, let's give all of these exhibitors another big round of applause. You know, it's really cool, the lighter weight goats that came out here, you know, they were in their 40s and 50s, and these goats are, in my opinion, they're in that 90-pound range. They are ready to go hang on the rail. They've got some cover, they've got some, you know, it'll be very interesting to see how the carcasses grade out on all of these individuals when they take them tomorrow. But just these goats, in my opinion, they are at their prime market weight. The young ladies, whether that I'm going to start this class with, one that when you really get your hands on him, this guy, I mean, you can't even grab across that loin at that hip loin juncture. He is so wide, so deep. He carries that muscle down that rear leg all the way down through that stifle. He's got a big old forearm, just got a lot of mass and meat for his frame size. The young man's black-headed buck that's going to come out here next, I think one that closely patterns the class winner in terms of mass and muscle for frame size, but I think that when you get right behind this guy and you really start to evaluate him, I think he is a little shorter loined than the goat that's going to win the class. That's what's going to bring him here to the second place hold. The young man's goat that's going to come in third, one that I think he's got a lot of shape down that top side. He's got some mass and some meat down that top side of the skeleton, but when you get in right behind him, I think he's the shortest through his twist, meaning he doesn't have nearly as much inner rear leg as the two that stand ahead of him. The young lady's goat that's going to round out the class, one that I think this is the longest sided animal that we've got out here, one that's got some shape and mass, but when you line him up, when you get right behind him, he's the narrowest through that rear leg. He doesn't have that explosive mass out on the outside of that rear leg like those that stand ahead of him. Let's give them all a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Congratulations again to our junior exhibitors of the carcass meat goat evaluation class. Our class 3, which is our heavyweight division. 4th place goes to Cannon Wilhoit. 3rd place to Nathan Brown. 2nd place goes to Lawson Brown. And our 1st place exhibitor was Sophie Sturgis. Again, congratulations to the meat goat evaluation exhibitors. They will now take their meat goat evaluation books to the office for that meeting. We will begin our junior ABGA commercial doe show. Again, these participants must show their whole commercial does unless there are 2 or more commercial does entered by the same participant in each class. This includes the Champion Drive. These commercial does must have ownership declared at entry and not be entered or shown in any of the youth's name after the entry. Commercial does may be exhibited with hair and exhibited in the commercial show. Does show are not permitted to be exhibited in the ABGA or Junior ABGA sanctioned show. These are for commercial only. Participation at the national show is limited to these junior members. All fitting techniques must be accepted by the practices of the ABGA sanctioned show rules. These does will be shown in divisions by age. Class breaks with the divisions will be calculated by weight. Show management reserves the right to adjust the class numbers and breaks as needed. Classes will be divided into 3 divisions. Class number 1 will be the does that have all adult teeth in place, and class number 2 for 2 adult teeth in place, and class number 3 will be for those with 4 teeth and older. These grand and reserves in each division will compete for grand and reserve champion commercial dough. All those must have a scraping tag in place and match the health certificate. The top 2 in each class will come back for division. Today we have 18 classes in the commercial dough drive. We do have random testing done for some classes. The first random testing will take place in class number 4, the 3rd place exhibitor. Absolutely. The third place exhibitor in class number 4 of the commercial dough class will be subject to a test. Class defaulting by class number 5, our 4th place exhibitor, subject to random testing. Class number 8, our 2nd place exhibitor, will report for random testing. In class number 10 will be the third and 4th place vendors. And then in class number 12, 3rd place will report for random testing in class number 12. Class number 17, our first will go in for random testing. And finally, class number 18, 4th place, will be subject for random testing. I will go through these as those classes, again, I'll go through these as those classes enter the ring. We will pause for a few minutes for station identification. We are having the junior meat goat evaluation testing will be done right now. And we will resume with the commercial dough class here in a few minutes, so we'll get our judges in place. Our ABGA show has been brought to you on our YouTube channel by Backyard Green Films. For those of you who are just logging in and watching us on the ABGA YouTube channel, has been brought to you by Backyard Green Films, our national show presenter for June 11th through the 17th here at Fonner Park in Grand Island, Nebraska. We'll be taking a short break again for our testing after the meat goat evaluation class, and we will resume shortly with our commercial dough class. I'd like to thank 4 of our ringside banner sponsors, starting with SPZ Ranch, Flying Ore Ranch Boar Goats, also Boars by Hobby and Lamoni Farms, and Kemmer Auctioneers, some of our ringside banner sponsors. It also includes Land of Grace Farm, Red Brothers in Northern Indiana, Blue Katy Ranch, Cactus Boar Goats, and KT Boar Goats, Hilltop Boar Goats, and Weatherall Farm, Advanced Boar Genetics, Paradox and Menger Creek Ranch, and Missouri Family Ranch, C&J Shoal Farms, Wiki's Rockin' Boar Goats, Harmon Farms, Culver Family Farm, and Transportation Services LLC. So more of our ringside banners. Thank you to those sponsors. Then we'll be resuming here shortly with our commercial build class, starting with the milk teeth division class number 1. Again, the top 2 of those, each of those classes will report back for a division. We will be announcing again our random testing for each one of those classes. If you've been outside and you want to beat the heat, on down to the northeast corner of the arena, Kenna is selling skin cones down there. Please give Kenna a stop, cool off with a refreshing snow cone. Thank you, Kenna, for setting up your booth on the northeast part of the 5 Points Bank Arena. Class number 1 of our commercial build class is entering the ring right now. All class 1 exhibitors coming in to bring class number 2 will line up in the holding arena right behind the show ring. Commercial build class. This is class number 1. There will not be a random test done on this class. No random test selected for this class. Again, in the ring right now is class number 1 of our commercial goat class. Judge Phil Myers presiding. Class 2, you report to the holding area. Please, Class 2, the commercial goat division, please report to the holding area. Again, our class number 2 exhibitors to the holding area, please. Class number 2 commercial goat exhibitors to the holding area. The ring right now is class number 1. The commercial goat show divided by milk teeth. Class number 1, our weight ranges from 30.5 pounds to 49 pounds for the milk teeth division.
Get asked questions about what do you consider commercial goat? What are you looking for? Some parts of the country we call them weather dams. Some parts of the country we have weather dams and commercial goats, and they're different based on different fitting rules and things. And so when you come out here and you just talk about commercial goats, to me that means we're just judging livestock. Not to take anything away from an ABGA breed standard. That's kind of the basis of what we evaluate meat goats on. But we kind of set aside some of those things in terms of pigment and breed character. We're just judging livestock. And so I think good stock sorts itself in this particular class. We've got a pair of those up here that I think are really good in terms of their lines and their build. to me, the young lady's doe that I'm going to start off with, the traditional mark one, is one that is the most complete, both at the ground and in terms of the way that her skeleton sets into her. I think that's one that's free and easy on the move, really maintains a tremendous amount of width at the ground compared to that top side skeleton. I think that's one that you just step back off of, whether you're on a profile or a 3/4 view. That one's pieces fit together exceptionally well. That is what I would consider very good balance in a young female. I think that doe is put together just exceptionally. The white-headed doe in second is one that's got the advantage in terms of foot size and bone work. If you're just going to try to make them as super rugged as you can, that one is going to get you really excited. To me, she's maybe got a little bit too much bone in terms of making her look a little bit coarse. She looks a little bit cleaner about her front end in comparison to our class winner. And what really sorts her into second is when you watch the two does go away from you, that one doesn't maintain as much genuine width at her top as what you would expect her to on the top side of her skeleton. I think she narrows up as we get towards the ground. I'd like to just make her a little bit wider as she's going away from me, and then I think it becomes ultimately closer there in the top pair. Young lady's got a doe here that's got a little less hair on her, and I really appreciate how genuine she is in her representation. That's one that really meets your hand with a tremendous amount of shape and turn down her top. I think that's one that gets you pretty excited about making commercial does that can then go on and make weathers. I think she's exceptional in her muscle expression. Really like that about her. Again, she gets just a little bit coarser and plainer about that front end in comparison to our class winner. I think that doe, compared to our second place doe, is a very tight placing. Just to me, I think that the second place doe matches up with our class winner a notch better. But that's three really outstanding does to start off with. As we start to work here into 4 and 5, I think those are does that are good in terms of their rib shape and their dimension. Maybe not quite as attractive, maybe not quite as shapely in terms of their upper skeleton, but those that I think have a lot of utility and value as commercial does. The young lady in the green there, I think that's a doe that's got some really streamlined appeal, a really nice profile, but starts to run out of gas as we work towards the surface, and she just gets a little bit narrower at the ground, but one that I think you like from the side. And then as we round out the class again, I think sound functional does that are good on their feet and legs, that's a big part of this commercial deal. Maybe getting outgunned a little bit or outclassed in terms of balance and profile, but I think those that are really ultimately good on their feet and legs, and that's the important thing. Nice set of females to start our commercial does. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Okay. Our results of class number 1 of the commercial doe class. In 5th place was Kylie Wood. 4th place exhibitor was Bailey Lamb. 3rd place was Cassie Jo Fagley. 2nd place was Charlie Moore, and our 1st place exhibitor was Hannah Weir. Now what we're hearing right now is class number 2 of the commercial doe class. Our milk teeth division. Weights range from 50.5 pounds to 59 pounds. Again, this is class 2 of the commercial doe division. The seniors in the ABGA sales talk competition, that has already started. Currently, there is no weight in the senior division of the junior ABGA sales talk competition. That is located in the sheep barn on the east end. Again, you were watching class number 2 of the commercial doe division. There was no selected random testing for this class. Exhibitor Charlie Moore, we need you to report to class number 2. Charlie Moore, if you're in the building, report to class number 2. Again, the top 2 of each class will be back for division. Class number 2 is currently in the ring. There is no selected test selected for this class. There is no random selected test for this class. For those of you watching, the Junior ABGA silent auction will open tomorrow at 8 a.m. Those items are up for viewing and bidding on goatpromoter.com. So if you see any of the items present here at the show, you may scan those, and that will automatically take you to the link on goatpromoter.com for those silent auction items. Also on Goat Promoter will be our Junior ABGA National Invitational Sale preview video that will begin at 5 p.m. tomorrow evening, followed by at 7 p.m. the invitational online sale opens. Also on goatpromoter.com, the silent auction will close at 6 p.m. the following evening on Tuesday at 6 p.m. The Junior ABGA National Invitation online sale closes at 7 p.m. Those with extended bidding available within those time limits. So go to goatpromoter.com for viewing of the National Invitation Online Sale and the silent auction. We're still watching class number 2 of the commercial doe class. Class number 2, the milk teeth division. Our judge, Phil Myers, residing. cash prizes for the Junior ABGA Commercial Show, brought to you by the Junior ABGA, and also additional cash donors are as follows: Neil and Jillian York of Tacoma, Oklahoma, Two Sisters Farms, LLC. Also, big thanks goes out to Ash Livestock, Dakota Ash of Stillwater, Oklahoma, and Newton Farms of Lakeville, Indiana. Those are the additional cash sponsors of the Junior ABGA Commercial Show class, along with the cash prize given by the Junior ABGA. Thank you to those sponsors again.
Won the win, and then I think a pair of sword. But this top three, I think, kind of gets itself up here rather easily in my mind. The young man's goat that I'm going to use here, I think just does so in terms of overall length of body and proportion. The amount of foot size and circumference of bone that she sets to the surface, I think, is really impressive. And then when you go in and handle them, she makes your hand with the most power and dimension all the way down the top side of her skeleton. Where do you be critical of her? Sure, you'd like to see her patched a little bit better at the front side of her skeleton. That neck wants to sit just a little bit lower and be a little bit plainer by her shoulder. But if you can move past that, I think that a lot of the other pieces are found in that one. Then we've got this pair of goats here that are similar in their design in that they're a little bit shorter, more compact, a little bit shorter coupled everywhere. To me, the young man that ends up in second, that one's maybe not quite as elevated off the ground, and so I think it allows her to balance a little bit better at this stage of the game. To me, I think that's one that makes your hand with just a little bit more genuine skeleton as well. You get around behind her, and she's got just a notch more in the seat of her pants than the doe in third. The doe in third is one that you really like in terms of her neck set and the way that that front end assembles together. As I said, I'd like to make her a little bit longer from the neck and shoulder attachment back. I just think that she's lacking in a little bit of overall length of body. I think if you can give her a notch more stretch, then that allows her to be more proportional and balanced from a profile standpoint. The paint doe that comes next here, I think one that is really good in terms of her look and lines and balance. Maybe like to relax her in that shoulder and give her just a notch more depth in terms of her forerib and her softness of flank. And that just reads that she's green. And I think as time goes on, she gets more days on feed and more maturity. I think she's going to body down and maybe balance up a little bit better. She's running against some does that are probably a little bit further along in their maturity. She's just a little bit different type of doe that maybe hasn't started to quite body down like those top three have at this point. The young lady that comes next there, that's one that I think at the stand you can like quite a bit. One that reminds you of their second and third place goats. When you set that one in motion, she gets in at her hock and points out on her toes, just like to square up all those rear two in order to move her up in it. The young lady's doe that comes next, big fuzzy legged, stout bone. I think you get on the top side of her skeleton and she's just a little bit flatter and plainer about her rib. I like her profile, I just want to stout her up on the top side of her skeleton. As we start to move on down the line here, we've got goats that I think are sound and functional enough. They're just not as quite as powerfully built. They're a little bit narrower aged and flatter in their overall design. Got to open them up both at the ground and in the rib, and I think we can certainly do some other pieces that we find further down the line here. But a really nice set of commercial goats. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Congratulations to the results, class number 2. 5th place goes to Grace Ellis. 4th place will go to Bailey Lane. 3rd place goes to Cole Jester. 2nd place to Matthew Westfall. And our 1st place exhibitor is Lane Fitzwater. Again, there was no random test selected for class number 2. Soon to be entering the ring will be class number 3 of our commercial doe class, doe teeth division, class number 3. Also for this class, there is no random test was selected for class number 3. This is class number 3, the doe teeth division, weights ranging from 60 to 64.5 pounds entering the ring right now. Again, a big thank you goes out to our ABGA superintendents this year, Jacob Tipton, Joe Kuder, Matt Simmons, Terry Hicks, and Ken Beatty, our 2022 ABGA superintendents. Our thanks goes out to them for keeping these shows running smooth. Other thanks to Backyard Green Films for hosting our online service. Go to ABGA on our YouTube channel. Tune in to Backyard Green Films and watch our show live broadcast on their channel. Do not forget about our ABGA Junior ABGA Awards Dinner. That'll be at 6:30 p.m. on Wednesday, June the 15th, along with the Junior ABGA Live Auction. Being brought to you by Kemmer Auctioneers on Wednesday at 6:30 p.m.
First couple classes we had in this commercial show, there were one or two goats that were really just ripped up and heavy muscled, and then they were good enough structured that you could make a case that there wasn't anything else that could touch them. We don't really have that in this class. We've got goats that are more than adequate in muscle, but there's nothing that blows you away. So you get the sort pieces and parts and structure, and just say, there's not real significant differences between muscle on these top two. I think both of them are adequate plus. To me, the difference is that the young lady's doe I'm going to start off with, I think, is the more complete doe. When you study them on a profile, she just stretches out longer. She's more neatly assembled through the front 1/3 of her skeleton. I think she comes back with more length of spine. She's bodied down enough in terms of her softness of rear flank. I think that's one that just gives you a really good silhouette. That's why I work her up here towards the top. The young lady's doe in second leaves you as genuine from top to ground as anything in the class. I think both of the does in first and third, those does standing on either side of her, could use to travel like the second place doe a little bit more, because that second place doe going away from you, I think is just so much more secure from hop down. I think it gives you a little bit more structural width there. When I step to the side of that doe is where I start to get a little bit critical in the way that she's assembled, just being a little bit shorter coupled in terms of her overall pattern. I think if you can stretch her out, she may run away with the class. The does in third and fourth, I think, suffer from the same thing. They're big, pretty, long, elegant does, that are too narrow and they're too flat. And I think as you work around to a front three-quarter view, you can see that in both of them. And they're just kind of flat from the shoulder into their forearm. I think when you step back and get a pure profile, you can like pieces of both of those goats. I think the young lady's doe is really up-fronted, really tucked up in her chest for her. It's just that she's not powerful enough in terms of her rib cage and overall mass and power needs to be more. The same with the young man's dapple black doe here, as I stated, gives you a really good profile, doesn't have enough to her as you get to either end of her skeleton. Young man's doe that comes next gets back to that more moderate frame size, more moderate length of body. To me, she's not quite as genuine and shapely when you get your hands on her, but one that I think gives you some added structural width over the two does directly in front of him. The young lady that comes next, and really I think these next three are very similar in their build in terms of having good rib shape, good spread to that center skeleton, but maybe being a little bit tighter and more restricted in their heart, being a little bit flatter and plainer about their rack. I think they're all structurally correct enough to work up here into this part of the class, but they're ones that you want to power up coming into their forearm and working on back with more shape and dimension. The red doe here, I think, is one that again gives you a really nice profile, getting outgunned in terms of overall mass and power. And then the young man's doe here, like the front two-thirds of her. From her hooks forward, I think she's good. From her hooks back is where we get into some trouble with some structure issues. Just want to make her not sounder on those pastures, but I think there's some nice pieces in that doe as well. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors here.
Our results of class number 3 in the milk teeth division. 5th place goes to Evan Jacobson. 4th place will go to Will Pointer. 3rd place will go to Ariana Lundgren. 2nd place was by Piper Fisher. And 1st place, also exhibited by Piper Fisher. That was the results of class 3 of the milk teeth division. And no random test was selected for that class. And entering the ring right now is class number 4 of the milk teeth division. This class, 3rd place will undergo our random testing. 3rd place will undergo our random testing in class number 4.
Really a good set, and I think there's some things to talk about here that are important. The doe that's going to win, I think, is by far the most complete. She hits the ring and she gives you a great first impression in terms of her look and lines and balance. You get your hands on her and she doesn't disappoint you. Her angles are right, and they've done some things with fitting her that I think are worth mentioning in this class in particular. It gets pretty dangerous when you play this game of carving in rear ends. And what I'm talking about is right here, when we go in here and we make this angle, you've got to do that right. And in this case, I think they've done it right on this doe because it allows her to maintain her lines and look and balance and angles, particularly through her back leg. She's free and easy on the move. I think that's an awfully good one to start with. The doe that I have a hard time finding a place for is this young lady's doe in second because she's prepared a little bit different than all the other does at the top end of this class. She's in shorter hair, but I think it works to her advantage in this class because you see how much muscle expression she has. She's very genuine to the touch. And when the young lady gets her stuck, she gives you a tremendous look in terms of her balance from a profile as well as from a three-quarter view. I think that one follows our class winner really well in terms of lines and structure. The controversy comes here to 3 and 4. The young lady's doe here that's in third, I think it gives you just a little bit too much posty-leggedness. I think that's one that's too straight in the angle to her hop. I'd like to free her up, make her easier in her movement so that she can really reach and drive off of the back end. But I think body-wise, really resembles our class winner in terms of her center skeleton. This is the one that I want to talk about in terms of carving in back legs. This is a powerful doe from every angle. That is the biggest top doe when you get your hands on her. To me, I think it throws off her lines and her balance when you go in and you carve that big of a back end into one who's already a little bit shorter hip because it throws off the angle to her back leg, makes her look like she's tucking up under herself all the time. If you want to make a powerful meat goat, that's how you do it. But we got to keep them sound and functional. We got to keep the angles right. I think we got a little carried away with that. Young lady's paint doe that comes next, I think sounder and freer moving off her back end than the one that places right in front of her, but one that just gives up too much overall spread and mass dimension. Really like her from the profile. Young man's doe, same story. Really up-fronted, really tucked up in her chest board, like the lines of balance from the side. Got to make her stouter and more powerful. And as we move on down the line, it's very much the same story with a lot of these where we've got good foot and leg structure underneath of it. Take nothing away from these young ladies. They're just getting outgunned in a class where there's some really powerful, complete does ahead of them. Congratulations.
Gus Martins, we need you to report back to the ring with your goat, please. Gus Martins, we need you to report back to the ring with your goat. Third place was selected for random testing of class number 4. Our results of class number 4. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And rounding out our top 5, number 5 was Remington York. Number 4 was Court McNear. Placing in third was Gus Martins. Number 2 was Tassie Joe Bailey. And rounding out first place was Caitlin Schaefer in class number 4 of the milk teeth division of our commercial does. Now entering the ring is class number 5 with 4th place selected for random testing in class number 5 with 4th place selected for random testing. This is class number 5 of our commercial does. class number 5 in the ring right now with Judge Phil Myers. So, additional announcement goes out to our additional sponsors for the commercial note class of the Junior ABGA. Along with the prize money given by the Junior ABGA, additional funds have been brought to you by Neil and Jillian York of Two Sisters Farms LLC in Tacoma, Oklahoma. Another big thanks goes to Ash Livestock, Mr. Dakota Ash of Stillwater, Oklahoma, and Newton Farms of Lakeville, Indiana, offering additional cash prizes to the exhibitors of our commercial doe show here in the Junior ABGA.
young lady's doe that wins, I think, does so rather handily. When she's got that one stuck, that one gives you just such a tremendous look in terms of lines and balance. And to me, I think the big thing that sorts this top pair on balance, the doe in first just has so much more uniformness of underpinning. And when you get right in here, from the top of her hip bone junction down into her rear flank, that's where she's got the right amount of body depth to balance her up from a profile, as opposed to her paint doe that's tremendous up here. She's not shallow-hearted at all, but you get back to her rear flank, and this is where you just want to drop her down, give her a notch more body, a bit more softness of flank, and then that pair becomes really, really tight. As it stands, the young lady's doe has just got the advantage in balance. If you get your hands on both of those does and they really impress you from a spread and dimension standpoint, I think that's an awfully nice talking pair to start off with. The does here in 3 and 4, I like the young lady's doe in terms of her foot size and bone work. I think she's a notch wider through her chest more than the doe that follows her. I think that's one that's maybe not quite as genuine in terms of her handle, but I think from a visual perspective, you talk about making rugged and powerful and big rib, I think she certainly does that. The young man's doe that comes next, that's one that gives you a great profile. I think that's one that if you just step back and view it from the side and don't move around at all, you can really like the way that she's put together in terms of her smoothness of build. She's really streamlined from her front end into her shoulder and then on back. You get either end of her skeleton, and she's by far the narrowest tracking of that top end of goats. That's one that you just want to power up at the ground because she's got the profile and the build to go with it. The young lady's doe that comes next. Talk about one that's really opened up at the ground, one that's really big ribbed and soft centered. I think that one certainly fits the bill. With that, though, you have to give up quite a bit of femininity through your front end. She starts to get jammed up around her shoulder and just doesn't give you the stretch and length and extension from her shoulder forward that those ahead of her do. But boy, body-wise, you really like the center skeleton on that one. The young lady in the black here, that's a doe that I think is really good in terms of her foot and leg structure. I think she's starting to get outfilled here at the top end of this class as you get around behind her, because from her hooks back into her pin, she starts to flatten out and maybe taper from there down. Doesn't maintain that structural width going through the ground that you see at the top side of her skeleton. The white-headed doe is one that you just want to fix right in behind her shoulder because she's got plenty of structural width and power to go with it. You just got to balance her up a little bit better by fixing her right in behind that shoulder, and then I think she can run towards the top of the class. Young lady's traditional doe that comes next, from her hooks forward, I think is really good in terms of her lines and balance. From there back, we've got to scout her up through her lower leg and twist. Then we've got a pair of does here that are just really soft-centered and soggy, and I like that about them. They're productive-looking does that are big enough footed and sound enough structured. They're maybe just giving up a little bit in terms of overall lines and balance and eye appeal compared to some of those ahead of them. But a really nice set of goats there. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Congratulations to our exhibitors of class number 5. Coming in 5th place was Bailey Hannah. Coming in 4th place was Thomas Cannons. 3rd place goes to Victoria Cannons. 2nd place to Charlie Moore. And 1st place, class number 5, was Erica McWirt. It was class number 5 of the commercial doe division. Now entering the ring will be class number 6. There is no random test selected for class number 6. No random test selected for class number 6 of our commercial does. you're watching class number 6 of the commercial road class in the ring right now. Junior ABGA commercial road class number 6 in the ring with Judge Phil Myers. Welcome to those of you watching us live online on the ABGA YouTube channel, brought to you by Backyard Green Films. Featuring all of our live coverage here at the Junior ABGA and ABGA Show, National Show 2022.
Some differences in how they're presented out here, both in terms of clipping, but also in showmanship ability. And so just have to break them down a little bit longer. To me, there's one that I think fits me in what I'm looking for rather well in terms of the young man's ready to go. One that's stout at the ground, big-footed, powerful in her build, yet remains feminine up through her front end. And I think the lines and balance really, really good in that one. She tracks out with plenty of structural width. She needs to win. Then you've got a lot of decisions to make on second through about 7. And to me, that's one of those classes where, we can still be friends if we jump them around and we move 6th place up to 2nd and we talk accurately. We're seeing the same things, maybe just prioritizing a little bit differently. That's okay. To me, the one that best follows our red doe for me today is a doe that does so from a profile standpoint. The young man's traditional doe, I think, follows her in type and kind in terms of body depth and dimension, the way that she's tied in up through her front end. Maybe not quite as powerful for the upper portion of her skeleton as her class winner, but one that I think visually, when you step off to the side, really rivals her from a balance standpoint. The young man's black hip doe is one that's a little bit different from her last rib. Back in there, she's probably built a little bit wider and more powerful going back into the ground. To me, she doesn't balance up quite as well through her front end. She's a little bit weaker right in behind her shoulder. She's still tight-bladed at the top of her shoulder. You just want to ease her into that top line a little bit better and a little bit smoother in order to compete with the two ahead of her, the one that I like the width and rib and body in. The young lady's doe that comes next is one that's a little harder to evaluate. When you get your hands on her or you watch her go away from you, that's where you start to get pretty critical. Because over here, I really like the build and dimension of this doe. But you get to either end of her skeleton and she starts to flatten out through her forerib, to be a little bit plainer in her overall shape when you get your hands on her. I think visually a really good doe, maybe not quite as genuine as those that place ahead of her in class today. One that's hard to find a place for in the young man's pink hip doe. I had this doe everywhere from second to about eighth in this class, depending on what look and what angle I'm visualizing her from and breaking her down. I think that's a doe that is uniquely built through her front end. I really like how tucked up she is to her chest floor. She's smooth about her shoulder. That neck sits high and tight into the front side of her shoulder. The problem is she's narrow at the ground, she's narrow on both ends of her skeleton, and she's a notch shallow there in her flank. And I just like to soften her up there, balance her up a little bit differently from the profile. But you talk about pieces and making them really unique in their build. I think that's one that has some really unique pieces that bred to the right buck you can do a lot of different things with. I just would like to clean her up in a place or two where she's good, she's really good. Where I want to fix her, I really want to fix her. Young lady's doe that comes next, I want to compliment her on doing a really good job of showing that one. Asked her to back out of that doe a couple of times so that I could just evaluate rear leg structure on her in a little bit more genuine, relaxed look. Because when she gets into her, you kind of say, well, she's just bracing and that doe's driving, and it's okay. Because you really like the width and the power and the dimension that she brings to the table. The problem is when you get her out on the move where that young lady's not pushing into her, she gets pretty posty off of those back two, maybe not quite as sound as we need to make them if we want to talk about commercial does at the top end of this class. The young lady's doe that comes next, I think one that gets a little bit easier in her top. When she gets her propped up and gets that top line pulled together, that's a doe that can look really good from the side. She's a little bit plainer as you get around behind her in terms of muscle pattern. Want to give her just a little bit more lower leg and twist, but I think again, that's a doe with some really good pieces that you can move up in this class depending on how you want to prioritize things. Young lady's Cape doe here, one that gives you a tremendous profile. I really like that doe from the side. Again, I got to stout her up everywhere. You get to either end of her skeleton and she's just a little bit flatter and plainer and not as aggressively muscled. But boy, you talk about putting the lines in balance and structure in one. Really like her and the way that she's put together in that regard. Young man's doe here, got a picture on her rear pasterns, but I think she handles really well. He's done a great job with the feeding program. That's just a little bit lighter legged doe that we've got to fix those rear too. And then the young man that rounds out the class again. One that I think is good for her front end, gets a little stiff on his back too, maybe not quite as heavy muscles as some of the others out here, but one that I think has some nice pieces and parts to her. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Congratulations again to those junior exhibitors of class number 6 of the commercial doe class. Rounding in our top 5 and coming in 5th place was Cade Sanders. 4th place was Logan Holland. 3rd place was Matthew Westfall. 2nd place was Colton Schaefer, and 1st place was Lane Fitzwater. There was no random test selected for class number 6. We will move into class number 7 of the milk teeth division. This is our 2nd class. No random test selected for this class as well. Entering the ring right now is class number 7 of the milk teeth division. This is our junior ABGA commercial doe show. In the ring right now is class number 7 of our commercial nose.
Two does that are very similar in their kind, and I really like both of them quite a bit. To me, the young man's doe just has a notch more rib and body and mass everywhere, and that's why she needs to win. But you talk about a pair of does that are moderate in their frame size, yet big enough, and we just read that kind of through their cannon bone, and do they have enough gas left in the tank? I say yes for both of these, and if they're big enough for you, then I think you need to go ahead and use them for all the width and mass and power that both of them bring to the table. Instead, I think the young man's just got a little bit more mass everywhere compared to that second place doe. That's an awfully nice pair to start off with. Young lady's doe here in third, I think, is an example of why this commercial show is so important. This is a doe, obviously, with double folded ears, and if we were judging an ABGA show, that'd be a major problem. But in a commercial show, it's just part of the story. That's just one trait that she has, and so we're not going to kick her out just for that one thing, because that's a doe that's got more rib and body than a bunch of the others out here. That's a doe that's more muscular than a bunch of the other does out here. That's a doe that's sounder footed than a bunch of the other does out here. And so having this commercial doe show is an opportunity to kind of come out here and show off some does that don't quite meet the breed standard, but maybe high percentage bore and are certainly going to be useful in a commercial herd. I think that's a doe that's really good in her fundamental design. Now I wish that her ears were right, but if her ears were right, she probably wouldn't be in this show. She'd be favored as at least a percentage. So just a really nice built kind of doe there in third. Young man's doe here in fourth is one that's a little bit of an outlier. She's different than the three that place ahead of her. She's bigger in her kind, she's longer, more extended in her pattern. To me, she doesn't piece together nearly as well as those three that place ahead of her in class today. That's a doe that gets a little bit straighter out of her shoulder and then starts to roll off in her hip just a little bit. If I can assemble both the front and rear structure of her just a little bit differently, I think she becomes ultra competitive in this class. I like pieces of that doe, just not the total package that we have ahead of her in class. Young man's got a doe that frame size is a little bit more similar to the top two in this class. She's to me the one that's maybe not quite big enough. She starts to get even just a little bit shorter in her cannon and earlier in her maturity. Depending on what your program calls for, that may or may not be a deal breaker for you. I'd like to make her sounder off of both ends in order to move her up. And same with this doe that comes next. I think at the stand, and then especially as she starts to move out, you can see that that's a doe that's got some really unique pieces to her in terms of width of her chest floor. Really like her head and her neck. The problem is in her running gear. She gets straight out of her shoulder, she gets straight off of her back end. She has got to flex and drive off of both ends quite a bit better in order for me to move her up in class. Then we've got a pair of does here. I think they get quite a bit outdone in terms of overall mass and power. Does that I think are sound enough footed that you can keep them in herd and make some improvement with them, but just ones that need to be powered up and balanced up a little bit differently. Nice set of commercial does there. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Congratulations to our exhibitors in class number 7. Rounding out our top 5, in 5th place was Bo Roberson. 4th place was McCoy Llewellyn. 3rd place is Remington York. 2nd place goes to Brecca Berger. And 1st place goes to Tanner Denke of class number 7 in the Milk Teat Division, where no random test was selected for that class. Now entering the ring is class number 8 of our commercial does. 2nd place will undergo a random test for this class, and class number 8 Milk Teeth Division, Commercial Does, class number 8 now entering the ring. Class number 9, you report to the W Genetics holding area. Class number 9, make your way over to that area at this time. If you do have some free time while you're attending this year's ABGA National Show, please stop by our vendors, including this list of vendors: Sullivan Show Supply, Lowe's Purple Vision Feeds, Team Wall, Backyard Green, Reprologics, Side Out Incorporated, Camera Auctioneers, Board Goat Nation, American Goat Federation, B&D Genetics, Triple W Genetics, Kristen Stitch Incorporated, Red Barn, Agribuckle featuring George Benjamin Jr., The Goat Shed with Harmony Creations, Lucky Farmers, Ken and Lynn Jewelry, and Canada's Colors, Creation by Sam, Sweet Girls, Biogenetics, Exotic Creations, Finch Nutrition, Dr. Probiotics, Black Mountain Organiza, Harvest Hill Ventures, Two Sisters Farms LLC, McLean Livestock Therapy, Prized Boar Goats, Signs and Designs, Bling in the Ring, Biozyme Incorporated, Flat Rock, Pearl Photography, Essential Seeds are listed vendors at the 2022 ABGA and Junior ABGA National Show. Please visit those vendors throughout the week. We'll now have the results for class number 8, class number 8 of the commercial days.
For anybody that is an aspiring livestock judging team member or a livestock judge, here's your prime example of not going into the reasons room later in the day and hammering your last place animal. This is one of those classes where there's good all the way down through here. This is not this young lady's fault that this happened to be a class break where there weren't very many animals in here and everybody's good. So you got to really talk about the positives all the way down through here. There's some really good animals further down the line that stand higher in a lot of classes that we've seen already today. Up here on the top end, young lady's got to know that I think wins from the time she sets foot in the ring. The second place one makes it close, but when you get around behind her, this one still needs to win. This is the one that's got the most outward curvature and depth through the lower and outer portion of her leg. She comes back up through the inner portion and twists with the most dimension, and then you get right on top of both of them, and that one just kind of eats her lunch in terms of rack shape and boldness of skeleton. The young man's going second is one that could have won several classes earlier in the day with her unique combination of balance and profile and elegance to her front end. And yet you get your hands on her and she's square and bold and powerful. There's just not quite as much of her as there is in our first place dove. She gets a little movement on her back too. It's not something that I'm so concerned about that I'm going to move her on down the line. But that's just the small differences that sort that top pair of really good goats in this class. Young lady still in third. One of the first ones came in the ring. I thought, all right, got something. I can grab a hold of that one, and if that is the best one that walks in the ring for this class, I'm okay with it. Little did I know what was coming later on, because this doe is really good in her fundamental design and build. She's big-footed, she's stout, she's square in the ground. When you compare her to the two that I beat her with, she's a little bit shorter in terms of her neck and front end. She's just a little bit more jammed up, and she doesn't really extend out from her shoulder forward in terms of her lines and balance quite like those two do. But body-wise, I really like the handle on that one. I like the spreading dimension that she represents in one sound functional package. Young lady's doe that comes next is another one that I think, as we talk about commercial does and just putting pieces together with great lines and balance and structural correctness, that's one that does all of those things. The problem is she's not quite as heavy muscled as those that stand ahead of her today. She's got a lot of strength and capacity, but she's not nearly as shapely on the top side as those that stand ahead of her. Just a really well-built doe. A surprise that she ends up down here as far as she does, but she got into a class with some really good ones. Young lady's doe that comes next. Again, a little bit lighter dimension though, but when you step back and feel from the profile, there's so much to like about the way that doe is put together. Just got to open her up a little bit compared to the power at the top end of this. Young man's got a doe that probably has a little bit more hip and hind leg than a couple of those that stand directly in front of her. She's just a little bit shorter and steeper out her hip. Doesn't allow her to balance quite as well as the two that stand ahead of her, but one that I really like the mass and dimension. Her muscularity and muscle pattern really resembles the top end of this class rather well. And then the young lady, as I said, I really like a lot of pieces of this doe. You got into a tough class, but that's one that's sound and functional off of both ends of her skeleton. She's not quite as shapely on top, but she's got good volume and spread all the way through. That's an awfully good doe, young lady. You got to be proud of her. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Congratulations to the exhibitors of class number 8. Our top 5 are rounded out as follows. Emily Reed. In 4th place was Macy Elliott. 3rd place was Michaela Morris. 2nd place was Court McNair. And 1st place in class number 8 was Harley Oswood. Our 2nd place was selected for our random test selecting. Now we're entering the ring is class number 9 of the milk teeth division. This is class number 9 of the commercial does. our second to last class in the milk teeth division. After the conclusion of class number 10, we will have the drive of the milk teeth division. So the top 2 exhibitors of classes 1 through 10 will need to report back to the ring for our milk teeth division drive of the commercial doe class. Class number 9 in the ring right now. Milk teeth commercial doe division. This is class number 9 in the ring right now. There's no random test selected for this class. Again, after class number 10, we will have all first and second place exhibitors of classes 1 through 10 will report back to the ring for our milk teeth division drive.
just 5, once again, a smaller class, but some major differences in just build and body type. I've got 2 that I think pair up rather well together in my mind, and it's just some small differences that sort the pair. I prefer the front end on the spot neck though. I think that's one that ties in smoother. She's cleaner and more refined about her breastplate. She comes up neater and higher there into her front end, and it just sets a prettier head and neck together to the front side of that doe. One that I think is really level and really good in her lines from there back. The doe in second, I think, handles as good as anything in the class, and really impressive when you get your hands on her, particularly in her boldness of rack, her squareness of loin. When you get back right in here into her hip and hind leg, yeah, she flattens out, she's a little bit plainer up to her twist, but you step back on the side and you take into account how well she handles. That's a doe with just a lot of really nice pieces. So why does she end up in second? Well, as I said, I'd like to maybe just clean her up ever so slightly in the floor of her chest, but that's a really good pair up there at the top of this class. Young man's got the doe that's different than everything else, and this is one of those classic, what do you do with the doe that doesn't fit kind of scenarios. I think that's one that bodies down with as much depth and capacity of center rib and skeleton as anything that we've got out here. I really like that about her. I think she's stout enough on her bone work. To me, she gets a little bit plainer in her shape when you get to the top side, and then she gets a little bit shorter, coupled and handles a little bit shorter in comparison to those top 2. I think there's certainly a case to be made if you want to run her up a little bit higher, but that's a good set of 3 there to work through and talk about with some of the differences that they bring to the table. Young lady's got a doe that comes next. I like her soundness of structure, her looseness of structure, and how athletic she is in her movement. She gets a little bit plainer in her shape, a little bit wastier in her composition as you study her through her forerib, but to me, I think a doe with a lot of really nice pieces. And then the young man's got a doe here that, again, I really like the front end, the assembly of this doe. I think she's up-fronted, she's elegant about that head and neck. To me, she gets a little bit plainer in her overall muscle pattern. Just want to stout her up and then maybe square her up in her hip a little bit, but that's a really good set of 5 does there for those young folks. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations again to class number 9 of our commercial division. Fifth place was Thomas Gannons. 4th place was Remington York. 3rd place was Colby Wilson. 2nd place was Cannon Wilhoit. And 1st place was Piper Fisher of class number 9. There was no random test selected for class number 9. Class number 10 is entering the ring right now. It's class number 10 of our commercial does milk teeth division. This will be the final class of the milk teeth division. In this class, 3rd and 4th place will be selected to do will undergo our random testing. 3rd and 4th place have been selected in this class, class number 10, the final class of the milk teeth division. Again, we need all 1st and 2nd place exhibitors from classes 1 through 10 to report back to the W Genetics holding area. It's right behind the ring. Report back to the W Genetics holding area for the final drive of the milk teeth, or for the drive of the milk teeth division. class number 10, our commercial goat class, final class of the goat teeth division. Our judge, Phil Myers, presiding. The additional cash sponsors include Neil and Jillian York of Two Sisters Farms LLC, Ash Livestock, Dakota Ash, Stillwater, Oklahoma, and Newton Farms. Our additional sponsors included with the Junior ABGA, is the cash sponsors of the Junior ABGA Commercial Doe class.
This class kind of gets to the essence of what I started off the commercial doe show talking about when I was trying to define a little bit of what a commercial doe is, because we've got different body types, and you really see that when we get into these heavier weights and older ages. We've got a doe to start off with that just so happens to be a little bit more in that vein of are we making weather dams? Really, that's what she reads to me in terms of her lines, her balance, and really her condition. This is a doe that's in relatively lean condition compared to everything else out here. She's got a tremendous amount of muscle and spread down her top line. She handles firm. That's just a doe that's been fed and exercised a little different than some of the others out here. She reads like a weather dam, and that's okay because I think as we talk about commercial goats, we don't want to have them fed up and really over-conditioned, and so I really appreciate that about her. She's got the muscularity to go ahead and win this class in a package that's got some lines and milk and balance to it. The young man's doe that comes here in two, this is one that we talk about, well, maybe we're making ABGA type goats that just happen to not have papers. And that's okay too. This is a doe that's really big in her frame size. You expect her to go on and continue to get bigger and more extended in her overall framework. I really like this doe's front end assembly. She's got that advantage over everything else in the class. When you talk about the way that her shoulder lays into her skeleton, her head and neck come up out of the top side of her shoulder, then she comes back with a tremendously long spine and lots of depth and curvature through her center skeleton. She does have to be a little bit over-conditioned, I think, at this age, and a little bit plainer in her muscle pattern. That's why she ends up in second. But as I said, we're just talking about a little bit different body type doe here in second compared to that class winner. Young man's doe in third, kind of that in-between doe that's got some of the muscle pattern and mass and power of our class winner, but maybe a little bit more depth of body than our class winner does. To me, she doesn't balance up quite as well as the two ahead of her. She just wants to get a little bit higher in her loin. She's a little bit shorter fronted and plainer in her overall design. But I think if you just talk about rib and body relative to frame size, there's a lot to like in that one. She's certainly a stoutie that's moderate in her size and can do a lot of different things. You've got a lot of options of what you want to do with the buff with her. And then the young man's doe that rounds out this forward, I think is one that from her hooks forward, you can use higher in this class based on the way that she's put together in that front 2/3. It's from there back that she ends up in fourth. She just gets a little bit peaked in her pin bones, a little bit plainer in her muscle pattern and narrower gauge. But I think a lot of good quality in that doe, especially in the front end of her skeleton. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Congratulations to our exhibitors in class number 10. Third and fourth place will undergo random testing for this class. Our top four for this class, and coming in fourth place was Colton Westfall. Third place was Eli Merrill. Second place also exhibited by Eli Merrill. And our first place exhibitor was Tassie Joe Fagley. Our first and second place exhibitors of the Work Teeth Division, classes 1 through 10, will now be coming back to the ring for our division drive. This is class exhibitors 1 and 2 of classes 1 through 10 will report to the ring at this time for our division drive in the Milk Teeth Division. into the ring at this time are classes 1 through 10, milk teeth drive, doe of the commercial doe show here at the Junior ABGA. Coming from class number 1 will be Hannah Weir and Charlie Moore. Coming out of class number 2 will be Lane Fitzwater and Matthew Westfall. Exhibitors from class number 3 will be Piper Fisher, as well as Piper Fisher from class number 3. Class number 4 will be Caitlin Schaefer and Tassie Jo Fadley. Class number 5 exhibitors include Erica McWirt and Charlie Moore. Class number 6 exhibitors are Lane Fitzwater and Colton Schaefer. Class number 7 exhibitors, Milk Teeth Drive, the commercial doe division, is Tanner Denke and Brecca Berger from class number 7. Class number 8 is Harley Oswood and Court McNear. Class number 9 will be Piper Fisher and Cannon Wilhoit. And out of class number 10, Tassie Jo Fadley and Eli Barrow. Out of class number 10, our commercial does in the milk teeth division. We'll have our milk teeth division drive at this time. All exhibitors, please report to the Triple W Genetics holding area directly behind the show arena. Again, additional cash sponsors of the commercial doe show here at the Junior ABGA are Neil and Jillian York from Two Sisters Farms, LLC, in Tacoma, Oklahoma, and Ash Livestock, Mr. Dakota Ash from Stillwater, Oklahoma, and Newton Farms from Lakeville, Indiana, offering additional cash prizes along with the Junior ABGA cash prizes awarded to these exhibitors and the commercial does of the Junior ABGA. Coming in the ring right now is the Milk Teeth Drive of the commercial does. First and second place exhibitors from classes 1 through 10. Judge Phil Miner is in the ring right now, sorting through these goats. At the conclusion of this drive, we will resume with class number 11 of our commercial does. With class number 11.
microphone batteries below half, so I guess Alyssa must have talked a lot on those free commercial classes. Surely I haven't talked that much. We've got a tremendous set out here, and you know, it would be fun to do a top 6 like we did for our overall weather, but this is just a division champion, folks. We're just picking the grading reserve in this division. You've got to appreciate just how much heat is out here, and compliments to the exhibitors, the breeders, everybody that's been involved in this junior market goat show today, all the way from showmanship up into the weathers and then into this first division of the commercial does. It's been tremendous, and I think everybody's in contention out here. You know, there's no weight restriction or anything like that, because that first one that comes out here was pretty good. That one got me excited to start the day off in the commercial does show, just the pieces and parts of that one. And then you go up there on the far end in that class that we just had out here, and as I talk, that's one that's a little bit weather bandy kind of built, and that's okay. We're going to take all comers in the commercial doe division. We've got a couple of different builds, but I think a pretty consistent set from start to finish out here in both the first and second place line. There's a ton of good goats out here, and so, as I said, battery's getting low. I'm not going to go through each and every one of them. Just going to talk about a couple of them ever so briefly. I think you come back down here to this end, and there's a doe that I think is really complete. And when you've got this much quality and this much depth, you got to be complete. You can't just have one that's an outlier that's really good in a couple areas. You got to have a total package. And I think there's a doe down towards this end really suits me in terms of her length of body, her extension, her build, and yet puts a big foot to the surface, has a tremendous amount of muscle and power in her while remaining feminine and elegant in her build. I'm going to follow her up with one that I think is really good in terms of spread and dimension and width, maybe not quite as long in the overall pattern, but one that is really well balanced for what's there. Just maybe need to stretch her out a little bit in comparison to our division champion. As I go out and shake the hand of your grand and reserve in this division, please go ahead and put your hands together and congratulate all of these exhibitors one more time.
Congratulations to our winners. Grand Reserve in the Milk Teeth Drive. Our overall is Ridley Oswood. And second place was Tanner Bankey of the Milk Teeth Drive. We are now entering class number 11 of the commercial does. Class number 11 will come to the ring. There's no random test selected for class number 11. class number 11. This is the 2 adult teeth. This is the very beginning of the 2 adult teeth division of our commercial middle class here at the junior ABGA. This is class number 11 in the ring right now. Class number 12, please report to the holding area. Class number 12, please report to the holding area.
Certainly some give and take on the top pair of this class. To me, those that are similar in their advantages and just some small differences to sort of compare. To me, I'm going to use the doe that I think is tied in. It's a little bit neater and smoother about her front end. The young lady's blonde-headed doe, I think, is really elegant about the front one-third of her skeleton. She comes back with plenty of length and levelness of her overall design to give you a really nice silhouette when you step back off of her and view her from a profile or a three-quarter view. To me, she's maybe not shallower than you would for an ideal, a little bit flatter in her rib, and that's really where the doe in second has an advantage. I prefer the center rib and body of this spot neck doe in second to our class winner, but she's one that doesn't balance up quite as well as that doe that wins the class. She's a little bit plainer about her front end. Certainly some showmanship advantages one way or the other that allow that doe that wins the class to be a little bit more balanced. But that's a nice pair of does there to work through and talk about some small differences. The young man's doe that comes next does so based on rib and body and mass and power. To me, that's when we got to stretch out to her front end and assemble her about her shoulder quite a bit better in order for her to get into the top pair. The young lady's doe in fourth that comes next here, one that's a little bit more shapely than the doe right ahead of her, the one that gets pretty tucked up in her flank and high in her loin. I just want to make her a little bit smoother balanced all the way through. I think there's some really nice pieces there. They just don't fit together quite as well as you would term ideal. Same can be said for the young lady's doe that comes next. I think there's some good in that one in terms of her rib and body. Softness of flank, I think, is there. She just gets a little bit lower shouldered and a little bit lower set on her front end. Doesn't allow her to balance out quite the way that you would like one from a profile, but I think there's a lot of good in in terms of her center skeleton. And then the young lady spot neck, though, really like the muscularity of that one. That one is really ripped up and really powerful. Doesn't piece together well enough to move up in this class. Got to fix her right in behind her shoulder in order to allow her to balance, because she's got the muscularity to move up. Just got to put it together a little bit differently. Nice set of those there. Congratulations.
Congratulations again to our Class 11 exhibitors, first of the 2T division. Fifth place is going to Skylar Dow. Fourth place is Jaden Young. Third place is J.C. Pratt. Second place exhibitor was Maddie Mormon. And our first place exhibitor was Ariana Lundgren. That was the class number 11, first class of the 2T division. Coming into the ring right now will be class number 12, second class of the 2T division. This class has a third place exhibitor undergoing random testing. As selected, third place will undergo random testing from this class. This is class number 12 entering the ring at this time. Class number 13, you can go ahead and report to the holding facility behind the show ring. Show pictures this year provided by Pearl's Pick, our official show photographer of the Junior ABGA and ABGA 2022 National Show. Go see Pearl's Pick for additional pictures. You can purchase over the Sheep Barn on the West End. Again, for those of you who are just joining us on YouTube, our ABGA YouTube coverage has been brought to you by Backyard Green Films this year for 2022. Backyard Green Films are a provider for the live coverage of the Junior ABGA and ABGA 2022 National Show.
I think there's one to win and then some decisions to make. The doe that wins does so because of her balance and her eye appeal, particularly from a profile standpoint. I think that one puts together into a really smooth, functional package. She gets out and goes as well as anything in the class. She's not going to blow you away when you get around behind her in terms of overall mass and power through the seat of her pants, but she's more than adequate in muscling. And so you couple that with her advantages in look and lines and balance, that one needs to win. The decision you have to make comes when we get second through fifth here, because you've got to make some sacrifices, and it's just a matter of where do you want to sacrifice. To me, the young man's doe that's going to end up here in second, that red-legged doe, has more good in her in terms of overall totals than the ones that are left behind her, because I think with rib shape and genuine muscle and the body condition that she comes in, she needs to work up here into the two-hole. That's one that I would like to fix her right in behind her shoulder and level her out in her hip just a bit. But that's a doe that's really genuine in her composition, and what's there is real muscle. I really appreciate that about her. The young lady's doe that comes in third here, I think from her shoulder back, she's one that you can grab a hold of and really like. From her shoulder forward, she gets pretty coarse, and it's just losing that femininity up through her front end. She gets a little bit plainer by her chest floor. I'd like to lay her back in terms of her breastbone and then just relax her knee with that shoulder, because from there back, there's a tremendous amount of good in her when we talk about rib shape and dimension and actual real skeletal spread. I think there's a lot of good in her. Young lady's doe that comes next, one that you really like when she's on the move. She's free and easy out of both ends of her skeleton when she can get her going. To me, that's one that you get right on top of her. She gets a little bit flatter and plainer in her rib, a little bit lighter dimensioned overall. Just want to bold her up everywhere. And then I think you can do a lot with that kind of silhouette because that's a doe that's got a lot of nice pieces to her as well. Young man's doe is one that's hard to find a place for. She's a little bit different in her body condition and just the way that she's fitted. She's a little bit more streamlined, and I like that about her, but it causes her to not balance up quite as well as a couple of those ahead of her. I like her genuineness. I like her leanness when we talk about putting our hands on one that just needs to be balanced up a little bit differently. And then the two does around out the class here. Again, I think there's good pieces and parts, maybe not the totals goods, maybe not the most rugged in their bone work or stoutest in their overall skeleton, but those that you really like from the side that have some function to them. That's a good set of commercial does here in our two-piece division. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Congratulations to our exhibitors in class number 12. Rounding out our top 5 is Skylar Brown. Fourth place, Livia Carbino. Third place was Skylar Yao. Second place was Will Pointer. And first place in class number 12 was Ashlyn Huff. Now entering the ring, class number 13 of our 2T division, commercial does. Entering the ring right now is class number 13. For any of those exhibitors who have not done so yet, our junior ABGA sales talk competition will be done here in less than 10 minutes. So the seniors that have not competed in the sales talk competition, that is on the east side of the show barn. Our juniors and intermediates are on the east side of the cattle barn, right there in the entrance area. Following the conclusion of the commercial air show, Sullivan Supply Fitting demonstration will happen here at 6 p.m. It's actually going to be a little bit later than 6 p.m. It will be after the conclusion of the commercial air show. Therein, don't forget to go on goatpromoter.com. Scan and bid on our silent auction items starting tomorrow. Those will open, as well as the Junior National Invitation Sale. The Junior National Invitation Goat Sale opens on goatpromoter.com. Those auctions will close on Tuesday at 6 and 7 p.m. respectively. So go to goatpromoter.com for more information. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are viewing class number 13, a 2T division of the commercial areas.
Those that hit you really hard is one that's modern in the frame size, and it's big enough, and in terms of her maturity, I think that those just kind of bodied down and really started to look like a mature female, really powerful from every angle that you want to study her, both from the chest floor, from the 3/4, and then moving around behind her. She just exudes mass and power, and yet she maintains some femininity and some lines and balance and angles up to her front end. I think that's the really unique part about her. Does she take the most athletic step off her back tooth? No, but I think she's certainly sound enough and fluid enough in her movement to go ahead and get her up here at the top of the class. The young ladies that are team showing the doe here in second, that's a doe that doesn't want to cooperate and doesn't want to give you a good look very often. When she does give you a good look, it's a really good look. To me, that's one that maybe has an advantage in terms of angle to her shoulder and extension up to her front end when that doe's not throwing her head around and she's got it coming out of the top side of her shoulder. To me, the problem with that doe is when I get right on the side of her, she wants to be a little bit cut up in her flank and just doesn't balance from the side as well. Maybe the does on either side of her in this class, but she's really genuine in what she is. She travels with some width at the ground. I just like to change her in a place or two to balance her up a little bit better. Young man's got a doe here that probably more closely resembles the class winner in terms of moderation of frame and overall frame size. To me, on the back end of her skeleton is where I get a little critical. She wants to flatten out through the lower portion of her leg, and she just doesn't maintain that width of hop that we see both in her front end and then on the top side of her skeleton. She wants to travel just really close going away from you, like the picture there, but that's a doe with a lot of good in her as well. Young man's got a doe that really like her front end assembly. That's one that as you work from her front end into her shoulder, and then right in behind her shoulder is where you need to fix her in order to balance her up a little bit better. Just pop that top line up, and I think that smooths her out in terms of her overall lines and balance. The one that's sound-footed, good looking from the side. Her best look is on the move when she's allowed to get out and go and really pops that top up. It's just at the stand we want to balance her up a little bit differently, maybe give her a shot more width in her upper skeleton compared to a couple of them ahead of her. Young man's got a doe that comes next here that kind of snuck up on me. That's one that I really like from a profile. And I originally had her pegged to maybe be a little bit higher in class, and then I start moving around and getting some different views on her. She's a little bit too narrow chested. She's a little bit too narrow as you get around behind her. But boy, when you just step off of her and study her from a profile or a silhouette, that one puts a lot of good pieces together. She's high-headed, she's neat-neck. When she gets out and goes, she's clean in her lines and really well balanced. Just got to open her up and make her more powerful everywhere in order to work her up any higher in class today. The sandy-headed doe that comes next has that advantage in terms of rib and center cage mass over the doe directly in front of her. She's not nearly as well balanced as a couple of does ahead of her. Want to change her off of those hind two in order to balance her up a little bit better on the move. And then we round out the class with a pair of does here. I think they're good in terms of their functionality and their build. Just need to style them up quite a bit in order to work them up any higher. That's a really good set of females. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Congratulations to the exhibitors of class number 13. Our top 5 exhibitors include number 5, Ethan Dowell. 4th place was Colton Wilson. 3rd place was Brady Reynolds. 2nd place, Emily Reed. And our 1st place exhibitor of class number 13 was Erica McWhirт. That was class number 13, 2T division. Our next class is class number 14, our 4th class, and our final class of the 2T division. Class number 14 will be entering the ring right now. There is no random testing selected for class number 14. At the conclusion of class number 14, we'll need the top 1st and 2nd exhibitors from classes 11, 12, 13, and 14 to report back to the show ring.
challenging class to put together as we're working with this last class in the 2-2 division. One to start with, and then a lot of sacrifices that you've got to make along the way after that. But that's the one that's up-fronted, good looking from the side, more than adequate in muscle, travels free and easy. That one needs to win. The young lady's Kate Doe that comes in second, I think follows her in terms of composition and muscle pattern. It's one that's got some thickness to her all the way through that's genuine. She's not got a lot of extra cover on her. To me, she's not quite as square at the ground, but I think in terms of muscularity, follows our class winner rather well. The young lady's black though is one that's really wide and really powerful and opened up. She's big ribbed, she's soft centered. Really like that about her. She gets a little bit plainer about her neck, a little bit shorter and steeper out of her hip compared to the two in front of her. That's why she ends up in third. Young lady still that comes next from her hooks forward. I really like her from her hooks back. She gets a little bit cut up in her flank and a little bit off balance from that standpoint. I think we can fix her right behind her shoulder and drop her down in her flank and allow her to balance up a little bit differently. She makes her run towards the top. Young man still that comes next. I like a lot of pieces to that one. She gets a little bit straight out of her shoulder, a little bit plainer about her chest, and just coarser in her overall look. But again, I think big-footed, sound in terms of her rear leg, just want to change the way that she's assembled up to her front end. The black doe that comes in next, one that I think gets to be just a little bit lighter dimension. Again, I like pieces in that doe, but there's some places that are get really critical of her. Again, want to drop her down in her flank, want to make her just a little bit sounder out of her hip. Then as we come into a pair of does here, I think there's good in both of these does. The problem that I have is I'm not sure exactly what a commercial doe is supposed to be. There's smarter people out there, or people with different opinions can tell you what they're supposed to be, whether they're supposed to be weather dams or just commercial does running on the range. The thing I do know is that commercial does are not supposed to be fat. And we're starting to push the envelope with these two a little bit, just in terms of condition. I'd like to clean them up quite a bit over that forerib. And I think they would certainly balance better if we did that. So I just have a question about their composition. But I think there's a lot of good pieces underneath there. Just need to lean them up. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Congratulations to the exhibitors of class number 14 of the commercial doe class, the 2T division. 5th place is going to Nathan Brown. 4th place goes to Randall and Dunlap. 3rd place to Sophie Sturgis. 2nd place, Addison Shandy. And our 1st place exhibitor is Piper Fisher on the 2T class. We'll need the 1st and 2nd place exhibitors of classes 11, 12, 13, and 14 to report to the ring at this time for our 2T drive. The 2T drive 1st in place exhibitors to the ring at this time. Our exhibitors entering the ring right now out of class number 11 will be Ariana Lundgren and Maddie Mormon. Out of class number 12 is Ashlyn Huff and Will Pointer. Out of class number 13 is Erica McWhort and Emily Reed. And class number 14 is Piper Fisher and Addison Shandy. Those are our 1st and 2nd class exhibitors from classes 11, 12, 13, and 14 of the 2T division here at the commercial doe class in junior ABGA. At the conclusion of this drive, we will resume with our 4T division. Class number 15 participants and exhibitors, please report to the staging area at this time.
certainly some differences to note in this division. I think the does on either end, first place out of the first class and first place out of the last class, are similar in their build in that they're big-framed, extended kind of does that are more streamlined, maybe not quite as much depth of side and center dimension as the does in the middle of the class. Maybe you could turn them a little bit lighter dimension does as well that aren't quite as pull apart in their overall skeleton. And then we've got the two does in the middle that give you a little bit more rib and body and overall mass, maybe not quite as clean in their composition, maybe not quite as extended through their front ends, but just some differences to note. And again, I wouldn't argue with you too long if you have a favorite out here today. It's just my opinion, and I think I've got one that really suits me in terms of foot size and structure, mass and power, while still remaining feminine enough in terms of her overall look and minds and balance. Young lady out of class 3 is going to have your division champion. Congratulations. You move that second place go over, and I think it becomes infinitely closer for a reserve in this division. As I stated, you've got those on either end that are similar in their build. You've got the doe out of class 2 that I think I termed her adequate plus in terms of muscle, and I think that sticks out here. She's heavier muscle than the does that come out of classes 1 and 4. She's not near as heavy muscle as the doe that I just used for division, but I think she's got enough. And so if you couple that with her depth of body, her stoutness of structure, her overall lines and balance, that doe out of class 2 is going to be your reserve division. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winners of the 2T division. Our grand winner, our grand champion of the 2T division is Erica McWorth. And our reserve champion is Ashlyn Huff. We will have a photo up here, and we will resume with class number 15, our 14th division of the commercial doe class. A reminder, if you have not done so, our Junior ABGA Sales Talk competition. We have extended our time with the Junior ABGA Sales Talk competition, so if you would like to participate in that, the seniors report to the sheep barn on the east end, and the juniors and intermediates in the cattle barn in the entrance area. Our Junior ABGA Sales Talk competition time has been extended. Now entering the ring is class number 15, the first class of our 14th division here in the commercial doe competition. You are now watching class number 15, the first of the 14th division here at the Junior ABGA Commercial Doe class. This is class number 15. judge today for the market, commercial showmanship, and commercial dog show class, and Mr. Phil Myers.
Before I give reasons on this class, I want to keep in mind that this is a junior show and that the ABGA is in the business of education about our industry and our product and goats in general. And so I asked a question of our exhibitors before we started this class. And for those of you that are paying attention, kind of meandering through, maybe watching on YouTube or having a conversation at the sideline, you may have noticed that we went from a 2-tooth division to a 4-tooth division. And I asked the young ladies over here, I said, did we skip the 3-tooth division? They said, no. I said, can you explain why there is no 3-tooth division in the goats that we're showing today?
Yeah, so when they turn 2 years old, they got 2 more teeth.
So you're saying these teeth come in pairs? So they're never going to be an odd number of tooth division, eh? I appreciate you working with me on this. Young lady does a very good job of explaining that, and if you're not paying attention or if you're not familiar with sheep and goats, that may be something that you just wonder about. And so I thought, well, this is a pretty good opportunity. We can get our young people involved in the education side of this and give a brief explanation of why that is. Goats do grow those teeth in pairs, so we're never going to have an odd number tooth division. Simple enough. The young lady that wins our class does so because that goat is just big and powerful everywhere. She's big-footed, she's stout-boned, she meets the surface with plenty of cushion on both ends. I get my hands on these goats, and that one really impresses you from her boldness of rack, her squareness of loin, and she does so in a soft, feminine package. That's not one of those weather-type goats that's all ripped up and shallow. That's one that I think is genuinely commercial in her build. I think she can make for some weathers if you bred her to the right buck, but I think she's sound and functional. If you go out on the pasture, she can lay down and give you some nice kids no matter what you want to do with it. She's just good livestock. Young ladies know that comes in second, maybe has an advantage in terms of her chest floor, and right there at the base of her chest, I think maybe a notch cleaner. Again, a doe that I think is really well developed on the top side of her skeleton. She's really shapely. She's not quite as opened up as our class winner, but what's there is shaped and expressive and really well put together. The young ladies doe that's motoring around the ring right now in third, again, I think one that's sound and functional off of both ends of her skeleton. She's maybe not quite as powerfully built as the top two in this class, but I think another really good feminine doe that comes to us in the right kind of composition. And then we've got our fourth place doe, one that I think just needs to be squared up right behind her shoulder and made a notch sounder on the back end, but a doe with tremendous length of body, good levelness of design as we get behind her shoulder where we want to fix her. From there back, I think she's plenty level out through her hip and hind leg. And so there's places and pieces that you really like about that doe. You just want to change her in a small place or two. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors in that class.
Congratulations to the exhibitors of Class 15. No random tests was selected for Class number 15. Our fourth place exhibitor was Macy McKinney, as well as our third place exhibitor goes to Macy McKinney. Our second place exhibitor, Tassie Joe Bailey, and rounding out our top spot in the Class 15-14 division was Amber Schroeder. That is Class number 15 in the 14th division. We'll enter in now Class number 16 in the Commercial Does 14th division. 17 may enter the staging area at this time. For those of you who will be here tomorrow morning, our show office will open at 8 a.m. and does close at 4 p.m. with a closed noon hour from noon to 1 p.m. At 7:45, we will resume opening ceremonies. At 8 a.m. to noon, the ABGA arrival will start. No vehicles will be allowed inside the barns. You must unload from outside. Scales are open for junior goats from 8 a.m. till noon. Also opening up at 8 a.m. is our junior ABGA breeding showmanship, senior, intermediate, and junior classes, followed by the junior ABGA National Bred and Owned Show. Also due by noon is our ABGA show paperwork, and weight cards must be submitted to the office. That must be done by noon tomorrow. Photo contest entries are also due in the office at noon tomorrow. Tomorrow at 3 p.m. there will be a junior ABGA goat judging contest. Seniors will give reasons following the contest. And at 7 p.m. tomorrow evening, there's an ABGA annual membership meeting and a goat meat tasting. That will be done at 7 p.m. tomorrow.
Attention ABGA members, if you have not done your sales talk and you still would like to do that today, you have a few minutes left to either go get that finished or let us know in the office so that we can make arrangements for you to do that. Once again, if you have not done your sales talk, get that completed as soon as possible.
go check him out.
Know that hits you really hard when she enters the ring, moving this class. I think that's one that's moderate in frame size. She's clean and elegant enough up through her front end. The advantage there goes to the doe in second, but I think she's feminine enough to go with all the mass and power. I prefer her body depth and her angle to her rear hop over the doe in second. That's one that I think just gets out in motors. She's not quite as wide-based as what you would want going away from you, but she's smooth and she's secure in her hop, and they pose straight ahead when she's going straight ahead. And so I think that's just a really sound functional doe with a tremendously balanced look from the side. It's got a shot more just through the lower portion of her leg when you really study her compared to the doe in second. As I said, the doe in second, that's the one that's really tucked up in her chest more, neat about her neck and shoulder, and really well assembled through her front end. To me, that's one that just gets a little bit posty on those rear two, one that starts to flatten out in the lower portion of her leg as you get around behind her. That kind of doe, you can get really excited about the silhouette that she makes, and if you want to make them taller shouldered and cleaner fronted, boy, she's going to do it. To me, she's just not quite as powerful as the doe in first. I think in terms of her loin edge and her hip, really, really good. As good or better than her class winner. When I get really critical and handle, this doe doesn't handle coming out of her rack and into her loin and the front part of her rib cage as well as our class winner does. I think those are some small differences that you sort when you get into handle. I prefer that doe's boldness of rack. I prefer this doe's squareness of loin edge. There's a lot of give and take between those two. Young lady's doe here in third, I think, is one that really bodies down with a tremendous amount of center rib and capacity. To me, she starts to get a little bit coarse through her front end, a little bit shorter about her neck and plainer about that front 1/3. Just want to clean her up and make her a little bit more feminine to go with all the power that she's got there behind there, because you talk about opening one up in her center cavity, boy, she certainly doesn't. Just want to piece her together a little bit differently. Young man's doe, the paint doe, I think that's one that gives you some really good pieces. The front 2/3 of that doe is competitive all the way up to first. The problem is from her hooks back. She doesn't take as good a step on those rear two as I need in order to move her up any. Yeah, she can get out and go, but when she plants and then she turns, and that's what she's got to do in order to move that hop and meet her stride. I just want her to toe straight ahead and be a little bit sounder from hop down in order to move her up any in class, but I think the front 2/3 of that one's pretty special. Young man that comes here in fifth, again, we got into a really tough class. That doe, when we're talking about single animal evaluation and just looking at her by herself, that is an outstanding doe for the young man to have in his herd. That's a doe that gets outpowered a little bit in a place or two and maybe not quite as big in the upper portion of her skeleton, but boy, you put her on the right buck, that's a sound, functional female that can do a lot of good for him. Nice set of females there for all those exhibitors. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our exhibitors, class number 16. Fifth place was Will Pointer. Fourth place was Johnny Prince. Third place, Elena Blair. Second place is Cole Jester. Coming in first place in class number 16 was Caitlin Schaefer. That was class 16, our 14th division. Second class of that division. Our third class of the 14th division, this is class number 17 coming in the ring right now. Our first showman will be subject to our random testing. Class number 17 entering the ring at this time.
up, you'd be all right. Exactly. Yeah,
Kind of paired those up here at the top of this class, and I think simply put, the traditional dough balances up better than the paint dough. Both of them do similar things rather well in terms of their build and fundamental design. They're both sound-footed, they both get out and mower, they've got the right kind of angle to their hop. To me, the traditional dough just ties in smoother into her top line, transitions better back into that hip and hind leg, and that's why she needs to win. The young lady's dough in second, I think, maybe has just a notch of an advantage in terms of rib and openness to her center skeleton. To me, she's a little bit plainer through the lower portion of her leg. Maybe I want to just give her a little bit better balance from the side. Part of that is showing and just not being tall enough to keep that head up all the time. But I think that top pair is really close. Young man's got a dough in third I want to comment on. I like heavy muscle doughs. This one to me maybe gets just a little bit too terminal even for my taste. She's just a little bit coarse in her overall muscle pattern. I think that's a dough that if she hits, she can get you some really outstanding kind of outlier kids. But as an individual in a show ring, I think she just gets a bit too coarse, a bit too terminal in that muscle expression. I like them square, I like them bold, I like them powerful. She's maybe just a little bit a bridge too far. The young lady's dough that comes next in terms of a show dough, I think maybe gives you a little bit more femininity than the dough that comes in third. But from there back, I think she just starts to flatten out and be a little bit finer in her overall shape. I think she's got some more softness to her flank, but really she's just overpowered by the dough directly in front of her. And then the young lady's dough that rounds out the class from her hooks forward. I like a lot of pieces to that one. To me, she gets a little bit too posty into her rear too. I'd like to give her more flex to her hock, and as you watch her get out and go, she really has to throw those rear legs forward, and it's all motion coming out of her hip. I really want to give her some more flex to her hock, and I think if we can angle her hock a little bit differently, that would allow her to have a little bit more athletic stride. I think when her hooks forward, there's a lot of good in her in terms of rib shape and overall brood dough capacity. Nice set of females out here. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Congratulations to the exhibitors of class number 17. Our fifth place exhibitor was Samantha Frick. Fourth place was Caitlin Scholl. Third place was Lawson Butler. Second place was Bailey Lamb. And our first place exhibitor was Piper Fisher. First place exhibitor will undergo our random testing for class number 17. our final class of the 14th division, our final class of the commercial no-show will be class number 18 before the final drive. So class number 18 is entering the ring right now. At the conclusion of class number 18, we will need the exhibitors from classes 15, 16, and 17 to join the first and second place exhibitors in the ring for our 4T division drive. Again, we will need those exhibitors from classes 15, 16, and 17. Our first and second place exhibitors for those three classes, please report to the W Genetics holding area.
like a doe that sets herself apart in terms of her overall mass and width, along with that depth of body, really well balanced from the side. When you watch her go in motion, you question, did they leave a little bit too much hair on the front side, right there at the pastern, or is she a little bit rigid in her pastern? To me, a little column A, a little column B. I think she's sound enough. She certainly goes out of that front end free and easy. She's big top, she's thick-ended, just a really well-balanced doe that pieces together exceptionally well, puts them out on the corners when she's set up. The young lady does a nice job of sticking her. The young lady that comes in second, that's a doe that probably hasn't advanced over the rest of the class in terms of sheer length of body and pattern. Really percentages out well in terms of hind saddle. You get your hands on her, there's just a lot to like there. That's a doe that maybe pops up under herself and gets a little bit steeper out of her hip if you're going to be real critical. But to me, the big difference between her and the doe that wins is just depth of body and overall mass and power in her center skeleton. I like a lot of pieces to her as well. Young man's doe that comes next maybe has a little bit more softness of length in her second place doe, maybe just a little bit deeper in the center portion of her cavity, but one that gets a little bit weaker in her top, a little bit plainer in her shape compared to the two ahead of her, but a doe that I think has some really good pieces. And then the young man's got a doe that rounds out the class here, really big rib, really opened up in her center skeleton, a little bit narrower on either end, and a little bit lighter dimension doe in her overall muscle pattern, but I really like her center skeleton, and she just reads like a brute doe. That's a really nice set of females to round out our 4-2 division. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Congratulations to Class 18 exhibitors. Our fourth place exhibitor will be subjected to our random testing. Coming in fourth place is Knox Logan. Third place is Lawson Brown. Second place is Skylar Young. And first place goes to Eli Carroll. We will need the first and second place exhibitors from the 4T division, that is classes 15, 16, 17, and 18, to report to the ring at this time. This will be our 4T division drive, followed by the grand drive of the 2022 Junior ABGA Commercial Liver Class. Our exhibitors entering the ring right now in the 14th division are Amber Schroeder, Cassie Jo Bailey, Cole Jester, Caitlin Schaefer, Bailey Lamb, Piper Fisher, Skylar Yao, and Eli Merrill. This is the drive for our 14th division. At the conclusion of this drive, we will meet our grand and reserve winners of the 1 teeth and the 2 teeth divisions to report to the staging area, please. Reserve and grand winners of the 1 teeth and 2 teeth division, please report to the staging area.
Really a nice set here in this division, and I've said that repeatedly. but it's honest every time that I've said it. I've been really impressed with our goats all the way throughout the day. It's important to have a market aspect, a commercial aspect of our industry, and the young people have done a tremendous job of bringing out some really good animals to evaluate. It's been a lot of fun. We've got a doe that comes out of class 1 here that you could argue she's as good fronted as anything in this first place line in terms of her extension, her aim to her shoulder, her cleanliness up to her breastplate, and having really a feminine, attractive head. She works back with plenty of width and dimension all the way back to her hip and hind leg. Might be a little bit easy in her top, but a really good doe with a lot of good pieces. The doe that comes out of class 2. Moderate in her frame size, square to the ground, square on top, just an absolute powerhouse kind of a doe. You question, does that shoulder blade lay smoothing up against her rib cage? To me, I think for class it definitely did. For division, it might as well. We'll see. The young lady that comes out of class 3, I think that's one that gets back to our style of the class 1. One that's really good about her front end assembly, really like the front 1/3 of her skeleton. She's not as powerfully muscled as a couple of the others out here, but again, that's one of those does with adequate plus. I think that she's got a very shapely top. She handles square all the way down through. A lot of good in her, just maybe not the overall power. Then we've got the doe that comes out of the last class, and that's one that's big in her kind. She's square at the ground, she's square on top, she's powerful, just every angle that you want to get on her. Whether we're talking about her depth of size, her softness of flank, or working in and getting your hands on her, she really opens up really bold from the backside of her shoulder into her rack and loin, and yet she does so in a smooth, feminine package. That's the total doe in this division. She's going to be your division champion. We moved that second place doe in, and a lot to like about her as well. We just talked to her in class as being a really long pattern, sleek looking doe that's got a tremendous amount of shape and turn on top. Maybe not quite the body depth of that division champion in class winner, but a lot of good in her. I think the one that most closely follows and resembles the type of kind and does a lot of the same things really, really well will be this doe out of class 2. Congratulations.
Results of class number 3. Our grand winner of the T14 division is Eli Merrill. Our reserve winner is Caitlin Schaefer, the 4T division. We will have the grand drive of the Junior ABGA commercial doe show. And momentarily, we will ask the class number 1 and class number 2 recipients to please come to the ring. Class number 1 and class number 2 grand and reserve exhibitors, please come to the ring at this time. Cash reward payouts will be given to our top exhibitors here at the Junior ABGA commercial show. Additional money sponsors are brought to you from the proceeds from Neil and Julian York of Two Sisters Farms LLC. Also making donations to additional money winners is Ash Livestock, Dakota Ash in Stillwater, Oklahoma. And thanks again to Newton Farms in Lakeville, Indiana, bringing additional cash rewards to our junior exhibitors here at the 2022 Junior ABGA commercial class. Commercial doe class is in the ring right now for the grand drive. Milk teeth, 2 teeth, and 4 teeth division. Our exhibitors as follows. From the milk teeth division is Tanner Denke and Harley Oswood. In the 2 teeth division is Erica McWhirter and Ashlyn Huff. Now in the 4th teeth division is Caitlin Schaefer and Eli Merrill. judge residing in the ring right now is the Honorable Phil Myers. Also, big thanks to SAKB Board for sponsoring our Grand and Reserve buckles for the Junior ABGA Commercial Dough class. Big thanks to SAKB for sponsoring those buckles.
Certainly been a pleasure to kind of work the opening day of the ABGA Nationals for 2022. You're going to hear lots of judges and lots of opinions and get lots of speeches. I hope that I haven't talked too long. I always feel like when we get into the junior shows that it's important to try to talk to as many kids and give them some answers that they may be looking for when they're placed down 7th and 8th. I like to talk every animal and every kid. That's not necessarily realistic, but we try to do as best we can. And so maybe have some more expansive comments than I normally would in an open show. I appreciate you giving me that ability to do that. Certainly been an honor to work with your young folks as I did in 2019 in the JBJ, and then the open show last year was a blast. And then this year I get to come out here on my own, and I can't hide behind, well, it's Jason's fault or it's Kurt's fault. These are just me placing them, and I can't blame anything on anybody else. And so a lot of fun to work through all of the commercial and weather goats and showmanship. Before I name your champion and reserve overall, please put your hands together and congratulate all of these exhibitors out here. A lot of hard work for day one, and I know some of you are going to stay and work for the rest of the week and do some of the JABGA breeding and the bred and known, and then even the open show. And so I really commend you for putting all this effort into today. It's a lot of time, it's a lot of hard work, it's a lot of money to get here. It's a lot of things, and so certainly I commend you for that. Not going to talk about every one of them because they've all been talked in class and division, obviously, to get here. Just some general comments. Try to keep them sound and functional. I like those that have big backs and thick ends without becoming too terminal, but I like them sound and functional at the ground, and I still like them to look like those. That's kind of a difficult thing to do. You can usually find one or two pieces, but it's hard to put it all together in the one sound functional package that you like, and yet we've got 6 out here that I think really fit that bill. They're unique in their build, and yet there's a couple of them that stand out even amongst this elite group. It's been a pleasure to go through this today. I'll go out and shake the hand of your Grand Reserve. Congratulations to all of you.
Congratulations to our grand champion. Commercial dough from the Junior ABGA goes to Harley Oswood. Our reserve champion goes to Eli Farrell. Third place will go to Tanner Mankey. Our fourth place winner is Caitlin Schaefer. Our fifth place winner is Erica McWhirter. And our sixth place winner is Ashlyn Huff. Another big round of applause to those junior exhibitors. Ladies and gentlemen, as a token of appreciation from the Junior ABGA, we'd like to produce this belt buckle, custom belt buckle to Judge Phil Myers for his outstanding job sorting through the goats this afternoon. Thank you, Judge Phil Myers. Well, that concludes our show, ladies and gentlemen. We will start again tomorrow morning at 7:45. Starting immediately right now, Sullivan Supply is a fitting demonstration. So if you'd like to stick around at Sullivan Supply for a fitting demonstration at this time, please do so. Otherwise, we wish you all a safe trip back to your animals, back to wherever you make your home at tonight. And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 7:45 for our opening ceremonies.